What was the name of the Jack? It's on. I never posted it as a YouTube video. He came on stream for an 11 out of 11, and we interviewed him in 2020. You know, he's a good kid. I mean, I say that. I see what he does now. I didn't think he was going to turn into like running an OnlyFans empire, but you know, I had good vibes when I first met him. I don't think he's a bad kid, but I mean, I'm a little conflicted. I know he's gotten to listen to Philo's, and then you know, the route he's taken, but like, I mean, I think he's always been a opportunistic and like hustler. Like, I think he's out there. So if anything, I pray for him. No, he's not an Andrew Tate. I don't think Andrew Tate likes him, actually. Yeah, we're talking to that YouTuber kid. Most of you know him. He was like really famous as a child. He's been on the Logan Paul podcast, all of that. Again, he's even been on here. We've had him for a call. Yeah, he was on Dr. Phil. Good guy. Honestly, like it's funny because like you see him on TV and shit and like how he behaves in certain things, but like, dude has only been respectful anytime I've talked to him. You know, and I've talked to him a couple of times, and he was just a homie. He's not the kid from Home Alone. You watched the Mazur. Oh, you saw that shit? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Mm-hmm. What's a pocket watcher? A pocket watcher is somebody always looking at your money, your pockets. Why? They're looking at your plate as you eat, regardless if they have food on their plate or not. A pocket watcher is usually, it comes in the form of the tax guy sometimes too. But yeah, you guys didn't know what a pocket watcher was? That's crazy. They always measuring your motion. What you spend, what you didn't spend, what you made, what you didn't make. They're watching your pockets probably more than you are. Oh, wow. This is an age-old phrase. Man, some of y'all just got a little culture today. Honestly, it is part of like it's part of that crabs in a barrel mentality. You know, where you have people always, like, again, that's why some of your closest friends are some of your biggest opposition to finances. Yes or no? You tell me. Again, the people you grew up with, the people you're around, even Jesus told you this back in the day. But like, think about it. You have people always talking about what you like, I'm going to do this. They're like, what about this? Oh, you doing this? I thought you were doing this. Oh, what about this? Aren't you supposed to be making money? Oh, damn, you lost that. Oh my. It's like, it's the same thing, but you know, that it's very, very common. But like I said, most of the conversations we like, I don't speak to pocket watchers. I can't help a pocket watcher. I'm telling you, because you have to. It's staying. This is the philo of staying in your own lane. You got to be in your own lane. Focus on your lane. The minute you try to watch someone else's lane, you're gonna crash. That's it. You don't have time for that. That's why I said most of the time they don't really fall into the conversation, unfortunately. Well, it's everybody nowadays. I mean, you get it. You'll get it from people close to you. Again, I mean, no prophet is welcomed in his hometown. But also, you know, the internet. You have it all day. I mean, you get different things. But all I'm saying is that just our conversation doesn't apply to them. That's all. And I hope you don't fall for that trap of watching other people's money versus applying yourself in your own path and lane. How do you help focus on you and not what's going on around you? Memento mori, my brother. Remember, you will die. Again, if you woke up this morning and said what Seneca told you to say, that I may not go to sleep today, what are you going to do? You see what I'm saying? That changes everything. More purpose to how you go about life. Why? Because if you knew you were going to die today, who gives a fuck who made or lost money? You wouldn't care. Again, if Sam Bankman did something, if this person did that, whoever you saw, and you wouldn't care. Why would you? Again, if this was your last day, you would do something more with it. You would have a different purpose, a different plan. Mm. Wake up, SPY. Bonds woke up. Dollar's still the problem, though. And we'll see. There's a more Fati and then Memento Mori. That was the philo that we had yesterday. Good and bad times. Amen, man. It's just focus on it. Like, I don't know, man. You got to just, life is a very interesting thing. The world is very interesting. But, just keep your head up because just don't forget the cycles. That's one thing I could definitely say to anybody, even if you're telling me that, how to focus on that. One, remember you will die, memento mori, and amor fati. But, take everything very, very just slow. Enjoy it all as it comes. And you're gonna, oh man, I'm blanking on the real point of it. Israel says targets 3 cells on border with Lebanon. No. But know that, like, usually the cycle is just, you have to keep in mind there is a time to plant, there is a time to harvest, there is a time to cry, there is a time to celebrate, there is times you're going to be the best, you're going to be mediocre, you're going to be average, you're going to be awful, and then right back to being good, best, better, mediocre, and all throughout the while. It is a constant journey. So if remembering that can go a long way sometimes, but then again, if you focus too much on, it's easy to focus too much on the world because it's what's in front of your senses. That's where you got to find the balance. If you had to start your career path, what would you do? How would you speed up the learning curve with stocks and real estate? I wouldn't. I wouldn't worry about, this is what I've tried to share with you every day. I would not worry about speeding up if you're starting now or already started. Oh, come on. Let me get that one. Anybody? Anybody in the back? Dude, that's why I don't know if y'all get the content of what I tell you every day and what the long term is. We don't need to speed up anything. I know that's weird, and the world tells you, and you got to do it fast, and you see all the pocket watching, and you see other people, but no. That's why I say the best time, you got to plant today. Save that 10%, get that long term, because if you already start, that is how you are going to, it's all about starting today or starting already at a time before you. If you started already, it's about honing in, doing a good work, and again, vibing through that and being able to survive. But it's like, dude, I wouldn't worry about speeding it up if the journey has already began. Most people fall behind. Like I'm sharing with you, you guys are even asking me, would you be with your girlfriend if you didn't have money? And I'm giving you answers, right? But I'm also telling you, my life developed over many, 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 many years. Even to get to the point where I could enjoy what I did, it still took time, and year after year it still changes and there's still work and all of that. But like I'm trying to tell you, you want to just get the time in, and if you can start and have already started, that will be better than trying to speed it up. If anything, again, like Charlie in the Chocolate Factory, the people who try to speed it up are the ones who get eaten by the Oompa Loompas usually. But if you start early, you start young, you start while you still have time. You even think you're old now, and I'd already told you, you got like 5-10 years before you know it. You'll see how it plays. Dollar down, bonds new high, and now stocks waking up again. But I hope you get at it, man. It's all about starting as soon as possible. It's not about speeding up. Because once you start, that is going to be your speeding up while everybody else has not started. Apple announces October 30th product event dubbed Scary Fast. And then Cisco and Bang Olufsen unveil new wireless earbuds for hybrid work. Spooky speed. Is that Apple car? Oh, I was thinking, I was like, are they going to release RAM, a new pencil, but maybe an Apple car? I've seen some, I don't know if they're like legit. I've seen some of the like designs of it, but It looked kind of cool, but I don't know. They've been sleeping on the Apple car. Mm, people should actually expect it slower now with OA. Oh, come on. No. You can make more money faster than anything now. That's why the idea is own it. But again, it's not about time. That's all. Just the people focused on the nitty gritty, the pocket watchers focusing too much on time rather than success. It's just you know what's going to happen. Those are all the areas where long terms go to die. You know what I'm saying? That's if you some of you have already done it already. You have already witnessed making a long term, then wanting to speed it up, and then what happens? It's just but time. Whether you think it's too slow or too fast, what's going to happen? You're not going to do shit. Let's be real about it. So if you think now that it's going to be slower to make money, you're never going to invest. And then if you like, oh, I need to make money faster, you're going to uproot your money tree. So either way, if you don't know the time of it all, and if you focus on the time, that is where you are going to get clapped. That is welcome to the richest man in Babylon and the secrets of the long term. We trust in this move? Not really. We need to get the bonds a little bit more, but the dollar, if bonds drop, dollars up, market will go negative in 10 minutes, unfortunately. Why drive fast when others are not in their cars? I still like that perspective. That hits. Yeah, GM said they're putting aside their EV plans. Teledoc or Snap? Well, we already got those Teledocs from last time. Snap is going to be a weird one because they're going to come out with that leak guidance, but since everyone's aware of it, I wonder what the numbers will be and then how it hits. Now, the bond auction is at 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. Eastern, I think. Mm, mm. The Chinese market looks great. They're great in terms of stimulus, awful in terms of where it's moved, but today it looks great. But yeah, dude, Xi Jinping visited the People's Bank of China. I might go crazy if I think about this news too much, but China is very wild right now. We're waiting for either stimulus to affect them or they have their hard landing. But literally, no, Xi Jinping, this was his first time ever making a known visit to the central bank in China. It's wild. So we'll find out, but they're announcing massive amounts of stimulus. Him visiting the PBOC says a lot, but then again, they still kind of have been trying to slow their collapse over the last year or so. Mm-mm. Ackman covering is bearish. He thinks we're getting instability. It is to a degree. There's a lot to juggle. Unfortunately, we're not in a market right now where even if you get rid of one issue, we still have something to deal with. So whether or not Bill Ackman's shorting or not, the bonds are still at the highest they've been in years. So even whether they move up or down, we now need the dollar to move too, and then every other currency in the world, and then a bunch of other things. That's why and then we still have the earnings. So unfortunately, it's just once we get one objection answered, there's still another thing. So it's there's a lot there, not to mention end of the year. If some of these things can calm down than where they're at, then we'll also have another reaction as well too. So it's just we got a lot of juggling, man. That's why I'm like, I don't even, this move, I don't trust anything because, like I'm telling you, dollar is already ready to kill. Bonds are one candle away. They got a little better off of that move, but it's like we're still in this no man land. And even if we figure out some of that stuff, you still got the damn invasion overhanging in the background. You still got oil and that issue. And then you still got the data. And then what all of the Fed people are going to say. And then back to earnings once again. Mm. Yeah, a lot of people forgot. Russia, Ukraine was heating up right before the Israel stuff. That's why oil ran. And then we were worried about inflation again. So you have two global like assets, bonds and currencies going crazy, and then you have earnings and Powell. So, and that's like what, six juggling balls that you have to be kind of monitoring. So some are connected, but for the most part, that is where we're going to be able to, we're going to have to take baby steps through all of these little obstacles that have been getting in the way of the market as of late. Short healthcare. Apple chilling. Oh, I forgot about the failing banks. You're right. Yeah, VKTX. It's finally up. We got a nice little gain on it. Not too bad. Where'd Overstock go? That one's just chilling. Leanne. That was nice. 3M. RTX is holding too. And then Microsoft coming down. Meta. Where's Intel? ARM. Cart. Not bad. Packard looks like call. Whoa, Packer, yeah. Die in P-car. Shipper or railroad. P-car, Packer. Third quarter result forecast. Hold on. I don't know if they're going to early announce. No, they beat earlier in the morning. They already had earnings. Yeah, so this is post-earnings on that one. That's weird. Earnings already came out. I think they beat. The third quarter profit jumps on higher sales. So they're just giving up their little earnings gain right now. And then bonds making another move. Dollar a little bit off the high, but SPY is still near the opening, which is up. Again, it's not like it's bad. We're still up 0.5 to 0.7. Oh, they're having their call right now? 3M did good, but it wasn't like, I think they still like declined on sales, like 1 to 5% on the year, but then they beat this quarter revenue. They got some extra cash back, and a couple of other units did good. So it wasn't bad. It wasn't as bad, but it wasn't like, all right, bring this thing up to 120 again. I do remember Immunity Bio, yeah. I think I asked you for a follow-up, though. You didn't. I said, what's up with it? Well, GG if it's up 50. Good work. The next level, I mean, really, we just got to make sure it gets stability, but then also where everything else is at. I like it at this price, though. I just didn't like it in in the low 90s. Excuse me. With the spinoff, it'll be likely the dividend will come down. Yeah. I mean, it'd be nice if they kept it up, but the spinoff should benefit their book, so I think the dividend will come down with it, and then you'll walk away with... I think the 3M healthcare is going to be great, though. I think people are going to eat that shit up. I wouldn't be opposed to it at this price. Again, keep in mind that dividend yield could fluctuate given the spinoff at a later date, but yeah, I'm not really opposed to it. I just didn't like it though, because again, 3M, when 3M would be down, everything else would be a lot cheaper. And then by the time I wanted to get something, 3M would be the most expensive. So that just, as of late, I didn't add to it because it has held up a little bit better than some of the other ones. I'm down to buy stuff. We'll see maybe after the earnings though, and we'll get an idea. And then like literally I'm having limbo on my accounts now with the whole Schwab shit, but we'll see. But for the most part, I wouldn't be too against it. MOH, other insurance companies looking green. Wasn't HCA. I think Molina's off of HCA. HCA, they got clapped. They ran up, but then they're still down. MO has just been chill. MO just don't even move. PayPal's a little cheaper, but PayPal's like, I guess we were at like the 60s. Maybe PayPal could have upside. I do like Disney too, though, but I think just let him get back to those 79s. Even then, though, 82 is not that bad of a price. Bond still catching a bid here. Again, SPY's trying to hold on. High-low ticker, kind of balanced, slight tilt towards the negative. The bond market, I don't know. I don't think the 2-year, there should be demand on it, but like I'm saying, it's going to be the full story, but we'll find out. Oil again to the down. That might not be good. Again, if those oil names come down and then crypto comes down, that's a lot of the S&P. Oil is at a new low, 82.94. Bitcoin's chilled, Sarepta. 42.41. Bonds are trying to hit another high. This is good, though. If bonds keep working their way up throughout the day, this is what I wanted to see. We want to see day 2, but like I've told you all day yesterday on the watch list, this whole week, I still can't make a decision because even if bonds recover for the whole week, just like last week, if they come down again, we're going to be in a world of hurt. Oil, I don't know. I think oil was off of there's one thing in the morning with it, but I think it was the softer PMIs, more or less. Some of the demand stuff, but after that, I think there's one more I'm still missing. RBOB clapped. Oh, you're talking about gasoline. I was like, wait a minute. That was leading the way down, though. Yeah, that's down 3.6. But remember, like even before that little drop there on oil that one day, again, it feels like they've been just trying to pump gas down to make sure the price of oil does not come back up. Because again, there is a relationship there. God bless you. Blessing coming soon to hit you in the face, Josh. Amen. Amen, bro. The time is due. The time is due. Amen. Crypto is a lot of news. Crypto is just hype off of yesterday, and then it ran up, and then it started breaking levels. They were calling it a God candle last night, and people were getting hyped off of it. And then just this morning, there was an update that, like, from what was it, DCF, they removed the Bitcoin ETF, and then it came down, but still up like 10%. Oh, yes, it was the Saudis. They said they will not raise production above 13 million barrels a day unless demand actually goes up. That was the other comment there. I still think there was one more I'm blanking on, but that comment, there was the Saudi OPEC stuff in the morning. RTX kind of climbing back up. SPY, though, you were kind of holding there. Bonds going up, but SPY still down. I mean, you were within, what, like 2 points of the low, and then the lowest of the low, 4 points away. Disney, Apple, a couple of those tech names, again, even if they report, like Microsoft doesn't look too hot. They're about to go red. I think even Amazon flipped. Amazon's still in the green. Google's the best one so far. Raul. It's been a slow Raul. I think banks dying, causing oil to die again. Remember, they do go hand in hand. And anytime oil, though, like I brought up on that one video, even you could kind of look at gasoline prices, but anytime oil has had like one of these big down days, we're worried about something with the economy. Again, that day on October 4th, oil should have been going through the moon. But remember, we were freaking out, and this was a biggest day in a year off of nothing. So when you watch oil really take a downbeat day like that, it could say some of those things. New low of the day. Yeah, you just wicked into it. 42.35. So right at the, literally right at that start of the candle for there. And then what time is it? 9:17. Still very early. 15 more minutes. We'll knock out another hour. With 3M, the significance of gap being so far off, like what causes that? I have to double check what they reported, but usually, like if there's a huge difference between gap and non-gap earnings, if the base level that you could look at is that there was like taxes or a one-off charge or something that they're trying to say. I think in that case, it's either taxes or the one-off charge. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm seeing Gap earnings was a loss per share of $3.74 because they had a special impact on combat earplug settlement. So that's why. So that's why they're saying if you adjusted it, if you took out the one-time settlement, like it's not like they're going to have that settlement every time. They're saying, with the settlement, this is where we're at. Without it, this is what we would have done. All right, another low here. You're still going down. So 42.34. You're now like 1 point below where we open. The gap fill is now in play by hitting a new low of the day here after a couple of hours. But 42.16, if we drop 16 points down, you will fill that gap. Yeah, low ticker's woken up. VIX is on the high, but it's still down, and it's below 20. So again, we had 3 days above 21? Still somewhat elevated. KRE again, I need to keep that one up because it just keeps going lower. It'll be ugly if we fill the gap. It'll get weird because of my thing I'm looking at. What if we fill the gap and then the bonds stay up? So now you're just going to have dollar up, stocks down, and then bonds green for day 2 with equities just in their own land. What? Palestine FM. Palestinian finance minister, I think, FM, calls for immediate ceasefire in Gaza to let aid into the strip. So Palestinian FM is calling for immediate ceasefire in Gaza. It's the foreign minister. Finance. I'm used to Japan. I say finance is foreign minister. Yeah, as far the day has a lot left in it. Unfortunately, if we go red and it really gets red, you have 90% of the market that has meat on the bone to go red. Otherwise, we'll see if that adds air brakes until we get the next shift. But now you're going lower again. 42.30 now. You're 20 points, 28 points from the high of the day. We hit a higher high than yesterday, but now you're back to the same point. We both bounced off this level every time yesterday, and then when we broke, that's what led us into the close. So 42.31 has some weight here, and then bonds are helping us out. The dollar is still a little suspect, and then regional banks are dying. The dollar's coming down a little bit. All right, another green shoot on the bonds. Like I said, it's not like the Google finally dropped. So hold on. Saudi foreign minister calls for immediate ceasefire in Gaza, lifting siege and strip. So again, another Middle Eastern nation is now calling for unless they're confusing it. Maybe there was an error on the first report, but that one is from Reuters. They're saying Saudi FM calls for immediate ceasefire. So it's either there was an error or now you have Saudis and Palestinian foreign ministers calling for immediate ceasefire. UVXY, though, on the high. We'll see if that gets in the way or not. The bonds did not just turn into a safety play. No, unfortunately. I don't think so. You see it right here. Again, market goes down, bonds went up. But unfortunately, I don't know if we could conclude that just yet. So maybe, but you got to be careful still. People realize that just because Ackman covered doesn't mean equities are in the clear. I think it's not even like, again, the Ackman news was welcomed, but it shouldn't. Last week, 2 weeks ago, should tell you everything. This was such a rug pull that no matter what happens this week, you can't rule this out, unfortunately. That's my logic.
Let me roll this window up real quick.
So that way you don't have to
I want you to understand
Bill
something
Ackman,
for folks that don't
you don't
know.
have to downplay what he's saying.
No one's challenging
you know what I'm
ICT.
saying? Where it's like,
nobody's doing
doesn't
that.
matter what
ICT's challenged everybody else. That's what happened. It's always been that way. I have laid down the gauntlet. I've said, somebody with less than 42% fucking knocked him off. Vinny E. Minnie's a bitch. He can't fucking trade. He's proven it live in his live stream. He shit the bed. He doesn't have consistency. Sam, you may have fucking joined. You may have joined. I'll give you that. You may have joined, but you didn't place. And 4% is shit. It's garbage. If you were going to join, why wouldn't you call me out by the fucking leaderboard? Why wouldn't you just say, hey, here it is, ICT, come get it? Because you couldn't place. And here's the thing. I'm gonna say something here. Two of these folks that have tried to talk shit about me, I have had people from their fucking brokerage firms contact me and tell me with proof that they fucking suck trading. So please, save yourself some fucking embarrassment. It's shameful.
Reports Q3 loss. Fele. The hell is that? Then RTX. Again, watch out though. If this does not get you vertical shooting up, I mean, just watch for the next flush here. Again, very interesting spot for now. And it's still super early. We've hit yesterday's VWAP, EDV, the Qs are on the high. Let's see. Yeah, Google finally reacted. Google was the strongest. There's their flush. So the Qs are on the high now. Watch the VIX. That didn't hold. So that was your little opportunity to do the small little drop and pop at the 42.31. We're going lower and now about 10 points. Not too far. You could hit. And then bonds are going straight up with it, but not too far from hitting the, what's it called? The gap fill. No news. I mean, if anything, there was calls for a ceasefire. We had news in the morning, PMIs both in Europe and America that caused some movement, but for the most part, I think we just naturally been going. A lot of good earnings in the morning, but still some bad ones, and then the overall ones are worse. Did I make a boo basket for your lady yet? No, man, don't give her ideas, please. The fuck's a boo basket? Is it a way to monitor the price of candy in Halloween? Like you take a basket of CPI candy? Like that's the only basket I know about. My girl asked me about any baskets. It's all weighted, unweighted, real index, unreal index, basket of currencies, bonds. What are we talking about, girl? I ain't got no boo basket. I don't know nothing about this. Like Easter by Halloween. I don't get my girl books. I don't get her anything on Easter. I just throw a Bible at her. I say, you better know what this day is. Repent. Why are we tanking? Very hard to say. Again, I think we were just naturally moving. There wasn't really any headlines. Again, there was news in the morning ranging from earnings to China stimulus all the way down to just dealing with the war and bonds. But we had data that moved us a little bit, but it just, as of this last hour, equities started dropping, bonds started going up, and then the dollar all day was up. So honestly, if you really wanted to blame something, I have said the dollar is the culprit for now, but we'll see. But other than that, nothing too crazy. We're going to be here for Google. Yes, sir. Again, go to the watch list. I have a nice breakdown for all of it. Iran's rocket attack targets Iraq's Ain al-Assad air base, which hosts U.S. and other international forces west of Baghdad. So again, last time we had this, you're having that same Iraqi, remember, this was the news last Thursday, I think, when we had the reports, but Iraq, 2 reports now of a base in Iraq attacked. Yeah, Iraq and then Iran, the market doesn't like it, especially after what we said today. Again, the Biden administration made it very clear that if anything gets attacked by anybody, we're going to blame Iran. That's what they said. They literally said this morning, the White House, they said that if there's any attack, we are naturally going to point the finger at Iran. And then, again, 4 hours, 6 hours later, this happens. And it was the same base the other day. We got volatility. So watch out. Watch if the market does sell off on this or not. Because last time we had reports of the attacks and we're already dumping, the market just started waterfalling. So I don't know if that will be the case. Like we've talked about, there is no real pattern during these risk-on moves with war. So It's very hard to say. The only thing, bonds catching a bid, dollar still elevated. You're still trading at the lows for now. Mm. GD, they might do good again. RTX was supposed to be bad, and they ended up doing good. But I think people like RTX had a highlight on the consumer unit, so I don't know how GD what their consumer unit looks like, but that's something I would keep in mind. But as of now, your first defense was good. You think they did it so that they could justify an attack on Iran? No, I think they're doing it to try to like they're trying to get Iran to like police it a little bit. So they're gonna say, well, if this goes on, we're gonna blame you. They want Iran to like make a stronger statement towards not attacking any of this stuff. Because again, it's one thing about what Iran is doing, but then don't forget, like out in the Middle East, there's people out there. This is their opportunity. They don't even like again. They're seeing their opportunity. They may act independently. We don't know. I don't know. I'm not speculating how many, but you're right. I would go. It's very simple. All you have to do is just go to age-old international policy. It works great for foreign policy, and it's simple. Just don't do it, and that should work. We'll see, but I do think it's just the U.S. trying to get Iran to kind of police it a little bit and trying to raise the consequences on them. But it's just honestly, this is all political chess, war chess, not war chest. 4226. Yeah, I mean, there was a notice here that said that Americans might have to evacuate the Middle East. Maybe that is kind of what caused it here, and bonds are going up. But for the most part, I mean, we just got that headline now. You got a couple of ceasefire calls, but the point is, I mean, the day after day, as we see what happens, the Middle East is very volatile. Mm. They probably laughed when Biden said don't. No, I think we did, but in a weird way, the Biden don't is kind of terrifying. You don't know what the fuck he's implying. You know what I'm saying? It's one thing if someone's like, don't do it or I'm going to do this to you. But now they're just like, what does he mean? Like Biden, I don't know. Like, honestly, Biden is kind of scary. In like a very weird, like I'm telling you, the guy is willing to do things no other president has done. Whether you think that's positive or negative, that's up to you. But the man is willing to he'll go with whatever. But in a weird way, there is something kind of terrifying about don't, especially when you don't know what he is implying and what he'll come up with next. So we'll see. Kind of scared, kind of, yeah, kind of. The irony is everybody thought this would happen under Trump, ironically enough. But, I mean, you've had more Middle East conflicts and blunders here in this last 3 years. But, I mean, in a weird way, Trump and Biden, they do share that unpredictability. It's not. I really hope both people could get aware of that on both sides. But they are both, in situations like this, dude, you can't, you don't know what that mother effer is going to do. Both of them. You have no idea what they. I know Biden likes war, but at the same time, like, you know, you have no idea. Mm. Mm. All right, little movement. CDZI was this. SIDZE up 8.4. Overstock came down. Oh, SIDZE, there's that pop. It wasn't loading. This thing's at 290, up 8%, one candle. Don't have any news. I have not even checked yet. And SPY a little bit off the bottom. How much lower did we go? Still got to get to 40. If we don't bounce at 42.31, or if it goes up a little bit and comes down, that will be negative. Again, not too many headlines, a lot of war headlines. I don't know if it's hitting us here, but we'll see. And now Jordan, foreign minister, 2 minutes ago, says unless Israel and Hamas war stops, there will be a real danger of spillover. The chances of ending peacefully seem to be deteriorating. Yeah, I mean, it's a shit show. Americans don't agree. The world doesn't agree. It's an elephant in the room. All of the social virtue signaling over the last couple of years is being put into a room and forced to contradict each other. So right now, it's very unfortunate. Again, there's people who are, you know, getting hyped up on funding and fighting two wars at the same time. But unfortunately, it's not a situation that has, you know, we're entering in almost the third week of it, but it's like nobody is really working on, like, you don't really get de-escalation. I mean, this is the first time you're getting multiple people advocating for a ceasefire immediately now. We don't agree on any, again, public, socially, social media, but then go look at Congress. You guys realize, like, we can't even figure out that shit. They can't even put a House Speaker. They're doing this day after day after day, but like, and it's all over one or two issues. Again, Israel, Ukraine, money. That right there has so many people split. It's really fracturing a lot of different things right now. But like I'm saying, it just, unfortunately, it's an elephant in the room because it's all very contradicting. Like, you have to put everything into that room. 1.5 million meth tear dab, and they increased the price. Yeah, man, it's probably worth it. Let's see. Yeah, they sold it at 1.5 in 2020. What an idiot. So someone bought, oh, dude, what the hell? Yeah, bro, the tax assessment's 1.5. I would buy this. These comps are a little bad. San Jose. Oh, but this house is huge. Oh, that one, I don't know. That's a shitty comp. So far, I haven't seen one. So it wouldn't be that bad, though. Yeah. That whoever bought it, they should have sold it. Inactive meth lab, no worries. I don't care. Trap house, meth lab, it don't matter to me, man. It don't matter. That's it's all about the land, Habibi, the structure. Very good deal. Active meth lab? I mean, honestly, active meth lab would be worse in California because I would have to evict the tenants. Yes, so I don't know if they hooked up electricity to run their meth lab. Unfortunately, even if it was a meth lab, unless they get caught by the police, it would be very hard to get them out of that property. So a retired meth lab in a good location, it's gated off, that has a better chance of turning that into money. I have an order for the Cybertruck, yes. GLD's on the high, so maybe word to your fear gauge. This could just be those Middle East headlines. Again, evacuating the Middle East all the way down to these calls. But you're going lower. This is getting dangerous now because all these little pops, all these levels, you are dealing with this sell-off. IMGN, Betaville note, Immunogen. Didn't we watch this the other day? They got clapped. Are they saying it could be a possible takeover? IMGN. Why did they drop yesterday? Yesterday, about 8, 9, 10, 11, a couple hours ago, they said they accomplished medical oncologist, biotech executive Mr. Goldberg, a cancer business. Yeah, that was the earlier news. Now you're getting a Betaville mention. It's usually like activist or takeover stuff. I think gold will correct, but not if fear goes up before that. If fear rises before it comes down, and it does so substantially, then I think gold can go up. Gold could squeeze you. But at the same time, I think if fear calms down, bonds calm down, then I do believe that gold will, it has a long way to go to catch up to bonds to the downside. SPY calls and puts both negative. I mean, it's earnings season, and yesterday should have showed you something. Even in the middle of like volatility, I really think the premiums are still going to be high. Just don't forget, I bought that at the low of the day. We're dumping. Everyone was worried. Buy a Medi-Call, it shoots up $10. You'll still go negative. So just keep in mind, like high volatility is what's going to raise those prices. So just be on the lookout if you're looking for any of those. Cadiz signs agreement with El Paso Gas for longer-term power. Is that the SIDSI? Yes. This is that company right here. That's that headline. Cadiz signs agreement with El Paso Natural Gas for long-term power. Cart is on the high. Mondelez. It's right in. Yeah, Jordan, you already have that one. That was the latest update. All right, a little bit more of a bounce. Gold is still running, but just watch out here. Again, 10 more points now to fill. What, I think it was 20 points then? 10 more points to fill the gap. I said 10 earlier, but it was 20. Target. A couple of the value plays are holding up, and again, it's not like all earnings are bad. Yeti, remember they had a partnership with a Tractor Supply earlier. Constellation, STZ into the high. That one's kind of weird, just given how everything's moving right here. Yeah, Google's crazy. Google is one of the best outperformers. Again, analysts raised expectations coming into it, and they're still up 11.9 on the quarter when the stock market's down 10 or 9%. Japan weighs one-time $260 tax cut to ease inflation's pain. Interest. They're going tax cuts in Japan. Watch the yen. We had updates on this earlier, but I think you're getting a confirmation. It's because they want inflation, but they don't want the inflation that makes you stop buying things. That's their paradox, because they want inflation. So they're like, all right, we're going to lower your taxes, but you still got to buy the items that have inflation so that we could sustainably get inflation so we could get out of this 15 years of hell. Thank you. SPY flushing again. Little Chicle there at the bottom. None of, dude, all of these greens are nothing. You're barely holding on. Remember, there's a lot of earnings now. All day today, though, it's like unfortunate because we're still green, but now NASDAQ's about to go red. Dow is looking the best when previously it was the weakest. So that's actually quite ironic here. And then SPY, second to worst there next to the NASDAQ. And then Google is not going to go red, but it's going to go through its low of the day here. Still up just under 1%. Dollar came back up. Bonds got a nice rally, but again, equities gave up about 0.75% there. Hold on. Food, water. All right, man. We need to just get out of this hole. It's just awkward today. Because now, but like I'm telling you from all day yesterday, anything on the lower range gets ugly. It would suck if we had to test 4,200 again today. Because then it would have been nice to say we tested it yesterday and bounced. But if that don't hold up, that's interesting. And then if the bonds hold up while hitting lows, now, yeah, your bonds don't squeeze, but now your equity is going crazy. Yeah, 2-year auction. Again, I don't think it'll be too nuts, but we'll find out here. You got about 10 minutes. Look at the when issued when it comes out. We should see it ahead of time. It should show up on this wire. Okay, a little lower. Low ticker, very active. 30-second, 1 minute, still going down. Energy on the low. XOP, CVX, Gush. Now all of the inverse ETFs are starting to move up still. Bonds took their first little red off of there. And then dollar is still near the high of the day, about to hit another one. Is oil still flushing? This is one, this could be economic worry. If we beat that day from October, then it gets really weird. So if we beat 89 to 84, $5. So if we close at 81, this will be the second time in a month where you're getting like a 5% oil drawdown intraday off of no crazy headline. That would be economic worry more so than not. So I'd watch. $81 is kind of what you want for oil if there's going to be a big problem. Dollar now edging up. New high of the day for the dollar. Bonds came down there a little bit. Chadadonia, what's up, Braxton? How you living, man? Good morning. Good morning, evening, afternoon. About to be 10 o'clock. Russia's envoy says does not support proposed U.S. action on Israel-Gaza and has put forward an alternative draft resolution. Huge potential. China looks to Belt and Road Initiative to feed demand for minerals. NECB Flushing, Northeast Bancorp, another one. AMAM still running. You got Northeast Bancorp down 3 on one candle. Watch your boy Regionals. Again, already had a couple of weakness there with Bank and PAC W today. If we hit 420, it'll be one thing, but we better not flush 420. That's the thing. Again, it would have been nice if we had the test yesterday and got a little relief, but as of now, you're closer to testing that than not. So we haven't filled the gap yet, I don't think. So keep that in mind, and then this, you don't want to go below that level. Dollar at the highs. Yeah, that was going up earlier. Okay, regionals are dumping. Like I told you, there's one that just sold off. So bonds are dropping now as SPY's about to go red. That's what makes it a little interesting. But then, like I was telling you, all day, a couple of candles, a couple of minutes, this isn't a big enough move. I mean, they could go red too. So before you know it, if bonds go red and the market's already red and the dollar was up, ta-da, it's going to look like it was, but you just saw it start off much more lopsided. We'll see with oil. This is E-Trade Pro. When you see any lines on the screen, this one is TD Ameritrade. So we got two platforms that we're utilizing. Again, watch regionals. You got a little bit of bad news there just on that one, but they're still down 1.8. Dow's up 0.19, SPY 0.09, NASDAQ 0.08. Bond auction is in 5 minutes. I'm going to use TD for the meantime for a little bit until I'm literally having trouble transferring my account. I got one account in limbo now, but I did end up making a Schwab account today just as a backup. So we'll see, but now I will be on Schwab for a little bit. On names green versus red, I can. It's a good one because remember earlier, everything was green. So now you have 12 names red on the Dow, 18 green. It used to be 3 or at one point. NASDAQ 100, 46 names in the red, 54 in the green. Previously, it was like 12 names red, 80 names in the green. And then S&P 500, you now have 234 versus 268. At one point, it was 400 names in the green. So now, like I said, if those names start to flip red, you get a lot of meat on the bone coming back. So now, SPY's like 50-50. JP Morgan red now. Again, banks were up, and then even Meta started to go down. And then the Qs on the high are hitting another low. Let's see, Microsoft. I don't know if those Microsoft puts came up. Nah, the calls are up on Microsoft. And the puts came up a little bit, but still down. Is Outlook loading up for FDA before end of year? I don't know because I believe the update's supposed to happen in 2024. So I don't even know if they're on the FDA schedule for the end of the year. I think people may be getting hyped up on it, but I'm pretty sure it's 2024.
Relationship, no.
Okay, I guess we're not.
Miscommunication here.
SMI on
but
the
have
high.
you heard about Rothschild's Island? They
Let's see. All right, a little bit off the bottom, but I mean, don't hold your breath. Let's see what happens. Yeah, well, they announced a shit ton of stimulus, and then China's president going to the central bank for his first time ever, but then also off of the heels of the damn Country Garden downgrade, 2 rockets land inside a Rocky Air Base. So that one's old. We had that one earlier, but that might be the confirmation. So we'll see if we get another one. So again, there was a couple of attack stuff around here. That's why I was like, we got to watch out. My goodness. Well, we already have an Air Force base in Iraq. Again, this is the same Air Force base that they attack every time. Again, when we killed Soleimani, they attacked it. Iran did. The other day, you heard about it. Literally, just last Thursday, we had a headline with the same air base. So I've been getting a lot of back and forth. I wouldn't be surprised to watch this one kind of come up a lot with some of the headlines. Two minutes till auction closed. Does anybody have the when issued? We'll find out. We'll get the results and all that. But let's see. Funko on the high. Yeah, something that's Suzuki, a Zuzu thing. You guys posted that earlier. There's another headline there. Palestinian President Abbas will not accept any more security. Military solutions that contributed to escalation could drive region to regional or even world war. Palestinian president calls for an immediate cessation of this aggression and provide protection for our people. So now you literally have the Middle Eastern countries today. Last week, they all condemned Israel for the hospital attack. You have the same lineup, Saudi, Palestine, Jordan. They're all calling for an immediate ceasefire right now. And they're saying, again, Palestine's president has just said that it will drive the region or even the world into a world war. Puts on RTX. I mean, that's the problem, though. Like, dude, I don't think like Biden wants. I think Biden wants a war. I don't. It's weird, especially when you follow, into the politics of all of it. But like, because you're saying puts on RTX, I'm like, dude, Imugen is going. That was the Betaville mention. That one's running. Humanitarian aid to Gaza not getting in fast enough. Yeah, it's like he doesn't want a war. I mean, I don't know. I feel like he does. In a weird way, it just seems like we're kind of just barreling towards that path. So it's like I don't know if these, even if they want to cease fire, I think he wants his hostages, but you have a lot of, again, I mean, he's made it very clear on his support to Israel, and Israel has made it very clear of their commitment to destroying Hamas. That's why I said yesterday, some of you guys didn't really agree, but I was saying, like, when they were talking, when Kirby was talking, I was literally saying this sounds like a war on terror. They're saying Israel says we have to destroy Hamas, no exceptions. They're starting their quote-unquote war on terror, and then the United States is saying, we support you. Nope, that's it. What they say, well, what's your goal, America? Our goal is give Israel what they want, and they're saying that it's stop terror. Again, that they're using that Hamas to all of the words and the conflict and all the people affected. They're trying to create the enemy as quote-unquote terror. But that's why I'm like, man, it's wild. The bond auction's there, but I'm not getting the headline yet. Wait, look for the when issued. Where is it? 01. Give it a couple minutes. It'll usually flash over here. Well, like I'm saying, I'm not expecting it to do too much. Meta's getting flushed out right now. And Microsoft. It's weird. Is oil coming up? Because you're still getting a green on a couple of the names here. There it is. Yeah, 2-year notes, 5% coupon. 5.05 at the high. What was the when issued? I think it's the same as last month, though. Matches pre-sale. That's it. It came in on, what is it, at the screws? No, I don't. It's not. Again, Israel is saying they want to get rid of Hamas. Is it possible that Israel has other intentions? 1,000%. But how they are communicating it is a war against Hamas. That's the easiest way to target the enemy as this and not them. But then they're saying that is their number one priority. Again, if you don't know how 2001 played out, the enemy was Al-Qaeda. The enemy was terror. And we did the same exact thing, because when you are trying to accomplish this goal in the Middle East, that's the whole point. The Middle East is not as easy as you want it to be. You have people from different groups, same backgrounds. They will be cousins and share two completely different ideologies and beliefs. Your American words don't work, unfortunately. That's why they say terror. They have to give it a broad designation, because how do you differentiate between the people that are being unjustly murdered versus the people who are unjustly doing the murdering, the people in the middle, the people who have certain religious beliefs, the people who do not? It's like they're trying to make it a clear-cut approach. So that's why yesterday I came to the conclusion, after listening to how this keeps getting talked about, it sounds almost exactly how we got into this situation of fighting a war on terror and getting people behind it. Because again, why in 2001 did you guys support dropping bombs on all of my cousins? Because you thought you were fighting a terrorist threat, and that was easier to explain than the 50 other things going on. So unfortunately, that is what I believe is happening right now, where again, you have America is saying we're going to support Israel, but Israel, their enemy is terror, because that's the only word you could use that doesn't make you start getting into the whole thing of it all. And that's where it's like, but that's an awful enemy to have, because it's invisible, and it's these groups, and it's funded by so many people and all of that. It gets wild. So that's what I mean by my belief, to clarify that there. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, I think everybody wants war, even though you're getting people calling for these things. But it's just like, if people we would have been talking a lot of other things for the last couple weeks, but it's just all about money. Do we have the money? Let's do it. Let's spend it. Let's fight. Let's kill. Guns, weapons, money. Guns, weapons, money. All in circles. Yeah. We'll give humanitarian aid because we have to blow up everywhere. It's like, you don't need humanitarian aid. If we could get, again, a ceasefire would be great, but I don't think both sides. It's a shitty history. Nobody, like, you guys got to understand it. Do you guys realize the first ever peace agreement, how it played out? Like, do you guys know how we have borders in Israel and Palestine? It is a result of World War II. And when we finally drew sovereign borders, it outlined, the land, and they said nobody could change anything. And then the day after you had your first peace agreement in the Middle East, Egypt and a bunch of others, they attacked Israel again. It's the same thing. So don't even underestimate. Why I bring that story up to you is to don't even underestimate a peace agreement, where the history of of all of these nations, they will get into a peace agreement and then the next day blow each other up. It's happened literally since the first World Wars, sadly. So that's why it's like, we'll see where it plays out, but just it is such a wicked, wicked, slippery slope in this area. Well, yeah, after World War II, everybody agreed. They worked out a deal, and they're like, boom, we're down. Yeah, we'll nobody. These are the borders. We won't change it. Great. And then all of the Middle Eastern countries they didn't like how the deal was. They attacked Israel the next day after doing it. And then vice versa. Again, like I've said, I don't say that as if Israel has not given unprovoked attacks throughout the last thousands of years to the other side. It goes both ways, but I'm trying to give you a picture of the type of scenario you're dealing with and how far it runs. Because if I could know about this stuff, imagine the people who live there and how they feel, and they remember this history more than you will. It doesn't, to be fair. Did you not hear the story I just said? So it does go both ways. Again, Jewish people have attacked on Ramadan, and you've had literal terror groups, whoever you want to call it, have attacked the Jewish people in Israel on their Jewish holidays. It's, again, this is all throughout history. Like I'm telling you, the first Middle East conflict that ever was started after World War II, after a peace agreement was made in the area, it was the Middle Eastern countries attacking Israel. I cannot change history of all of that. Unfortunately, it's both ways when it's all said and done throughout history. That is what I've studied and I'm explaining. But unfortunately, there was no Israel till World War II. Exactly, yes. And why did they do that? It was for sovereign borders. It wasn't just for Israel. It was for every nation. Imagine what just happened with the world wars and what they were doing. I forgot the name of the act, but what they decided on was we need to have a world sovereign boundary. And they said they were going to outline. Now, how that resulted in Palestine getting the land and that being unfair, I could agree with that. But what happened, they said, these are the borders. Everybody agreed. Then they made a peace agreement, and then the Middle East nations attacked Israel the day after, literally no longer than one day. So I get it, but like I'm telling you, I want you to understand the history behind it all. That's the thing to get, where it's like, yo, why is it back and forth? Why are they all saying this and saying that? Why is it turning into this obscure conflict that everybody is saying is going to destabilize? Because this task of peace and pointing the finger has been going on for so long. And now that's why to get an answer to this, and you have both sides saying, nope, I'm infallible. That is just not true. I think both sides, again, everybody is killing. I can't get behind that in any direction, me personally. But like I'm saying, the history, this isn't new. None of this is new, and this goes all the way back, and that's where we're getting this all. And I want people to understand that without having to say pick a side. It's to understand why this isn't easy right now, why this is turning to a potential conflict that is literally running off the rails right now, because this isn't like even Russia, Ukraine had way more history, but this goes 10 times, 1,000 times deeper, and both sides have bad blood in history and reasons for their children to be mad at the other side. Again, let alone the whole Middle East on top of it. And then that's why it's just like, it's not as easy as some people want it to be, unfortunately. But I hope it does lead to understanding with what we are explaining. Whatever you support, though, I'm with you in the sense that I believe we should have good discussions. We shouldn't attack each other. You are all entitled to support the Jewish people as well as the Palestinians and communicate your stance. But if you do it, please be respectful of other people. That's all you got to do. But I'm with it. I'm with it on all sides. But it's like I don't support violence and war. And that's all. Whether you indirectly support it or not, that's on you. But I don't. Yes, my people get persecuted and killed and treated. Yes, I know, 100%. Christian people are. Where do you think Christian people in the Middle East fall in all of this? And I have the maturity to tell you to try to understand this situation versus kind of, again, everybody has been lying about so much. I don't get paid to tell this. If anything, I create enemies by trying to educate, which has always been the most fascinating thing to me. But, my stance is that, my people die, and I've been saying that from day one. Again, and especially if I'm a Middle Eastern who has a Christian belief, Jews, Palestine, terrorist groups, they don't like me either way. Nobody does. So I'll use that to my advantage to tell you the history. And like I'm saying, most people don't even understand why we even have a border to begin with. It is all from World War II. This even goes back to how we found our way into monetary systems as well as floated and fixed. So it's a very wild concept to think about. But I'm saying, I got emotional about it a while ago. I always bring this up. I was telling you guys about Yemen when you were telling me about Ukraine. Again, 2001, dude, you know how many, it's awful, the things that have happened. So I really do hope there is, and I understand you have, this is my people too. That's what I'm saying. It does hit a little different, but At the end of the day, it's there. God will take sides. I agree. But God is not on the side of murder and killing people on any side. So any side, the meek will inherit the earth. I don't know, whatever. I think I could even find multiple verses, but murder and killing is never going to be okay, no matter what. Unfortunately, even defending yourself, no matter what, there's too much murder and killing for me to find a right side on both of those. I cannot point to Israel and say you're doing good. I cannot point to Palestine, Hamas, any of those people and say you're doing good with the amount of death that I see and the amount of death supported by both sides and both supporters. So until we're ready to have peace, everybody is just a warmonger trying to hype up somebody to go and get America to give guns to all of the Middle East to kill each other. And I don't stand by that. No matter what. No matter what. You are on the side of good. You are on the side of even you could take God out of it. If you believe good, do you get behind people killing or not? Don't tell me the reason why they're killing. Tell me they're killing or not. And if they are, I do not get behind that. So if you think I support Jewish people for killing, you're wrong. If you think I support Muslim people, Palestinians who have been persecuted and they are killing, I don't support any sort of killing. That's all. And if you indirectly support the killing and murder and want to see people die, you're wrong. I'm sorry. I can't get behind any of that. God does not pick evil, death. People's souls are being ruined. And that's it. I don't want to be diplomatic. I don't want death. I don't want death, and I'm sick of young kids supporting it and older people supporting it and confusing people and lying. Like I'm saying, I'll break down the history respectfully, lovingly, and I want people to understand. But and I want to because if people don't understand, more people die and more people are taking the easy route of telling other people to fight rather than not. So that's all it comes down to. And until we have society willing to do that and fight for it, this is going to be a Middle East conflict. That's what everybody needs to understand. If there is no peace, it's going to be a battle. And more people are going to die. If you don't know that by this point, you don't understand the history of it all. And that's okay. It's my job to let you know about it. But that's the scary part about all this. So you're saying, I support this, I support that. Dude, it's just going to be a slaughter for everybody because everybody is still supporting war. We have not learned anything from Russia and Ukraine. So that's why I'm like, dude, it's crazy. Funded by U.S. weapons. It is, sadly, all the time. I think Uncle said it. He said the land of the free, but we sell to death. All of us. And again, we get behind it as consumers. This consumer cult, we're all behind it too. That's what I'm saying. just please, in your heart, man, just understand people are dying and before picking sides. And again, I'm talking about the Middle East. My country, my more of my family lives right there than in the United States still to this day, even with how much money I've made and all of that. It doesn't matter. And it's like, dude, it's so sad right now. So it does have an effect, but when it's all said and done, no peace. No peace is not a good response. And we need peace. There shouldn't be any death, and I don't support it at all. Because regardless of the beliefs, I look at people there and I see my family, and I don't want anybody to die, unfortunately. And that's why I am a pacifist by the full sense of the word. Some of you are not used to it. Some of you have too much social media, but you have to understand, I'm a pacifist, for real. That's all. You guys may not understand it, but you got to really get behind it or not. And maybe you could respect my opinion, but I don't believe in killing. I don't like war. And I think neither should you. But, maybe I'm a hippie. This is how a lot of people were. Again, even in my age group and even before in different times, this shouldn't be a new philosophy, especially for Americans who give a shit about people. Especially if you want to virtue signal and say you care. We should be the generation protesting against any war, not protesting for one side or the other. We should be protesting for everybody to stop and that we will not get behind any war, no questions asked. There should be no violence, especially when we are the ones with all of the guns and the money and feeding it to whoever we want. I respect the heart, but that's not how the world works. Amen. And it's the same thing I'm saying back. So take that mirror and hold it up and look at yourself too. When has given money and support to the Middle East stopped the conflict? Exactly. We want to repeat the other history with way more death. I hope you see. Not once has the real world produced a reaction of funding this Middle East bullshit that didn't leave thousands of people dead and us in the same position dealing with it 10 to 20 years later. So I agree. Maybe that's not how the world works, but the world don't work by doing what we've done every time. Nah, man, I think the market liked this little debate because it stopped dropping. What's going in? I hope so. I hope it helped, and at the same time, I love all of you. But like I'm saying, it's just, all of this stuff is a big deal. And we're hearing all these headlines, and I don't want to see you guys get sad off of, again, by me trying to share something educational, because I don't take sides in this. Like, if you haven't gotten it at this point, I don't fuck with none of it. I don't believe in it. I have history in a study of it, but it's like, I don't want you guys, I want you all to understand. That's all I want. Whether you think you know about it or not, it's just like, maybe you hear me say something, look into it and get in there. But I don't want people to be getting distraught and then also at the same time just getting sucked into the war machine of believing you have to fight your brothers and sisters to understand what's going on, and you don't. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be a fight or all of it, and hopefully you're not getting too stressed before being able to just get as much. And remember, it's a war machine, dude. It is a war machine, and people are getting sucked into it. Just like fire needs oxygen, the war machine needs you to keep doing this so that they could still justify all of this day after day. Otherwise, the war machine doesn't work with pacifism. That's why you don't see it anymore in our culture. Isn't there an amendment that anyone could add their tax file and opt out of paying tax to any foreign war if they don't want to? I don't know. I do not know. If it wasn't for murder and war, we wouldn't have lived. Yeah, I know that. That's why I shout out the vets. People have already died for us to not repeat the same mistake. So shout out to the vets. I'm grateful for my freedom and the people who fought for it and went through trauma, literally PTSD, never got to return home, torn families. Even when they got back, they had to pay for it in so many ways. Why would we want that for another generation? So thank you. You are a vet. Amen. So that's what I'm saying. Why repeat the same mistake? At the same time, and it's going to be the people who literally, more people. I respect the people who are going to go and actually fight the conflict. I think you guys have way more say than not. But a lot of people, they aren't going to be the ones out there. But we've already made that sacrifice a lot. And again, just like you're saying, I may not live in the real world by condoning pacifism and not killing, but at the same time, this conflict in the Middle East, funding it, sending armies, picking sides, again, there's 100 years to go look back. That's just as insane as what I'm saying. It's like, that's why I'm like, I don't think I'm that crazy by being a pacifist when everyone's telling me, nah, just run the same playbook that has led to literally right here, right now, exploding again. You crazy? Oh, I'm not crazy. Like, I'm fine being crazy. If that's the case, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm chill if that's the case. Market's still 50-50. We're bouncing up a little bit. It's not too bad. The market went down off nothing. So even us coming back up, it's not even like, my goodness, it's crazy. Okta, they had their rebound. Again, they said only 1% of customers was affected. TGTX, Chad was talking about that. Oh, yeah, the dollar. That is the culprit. I don't like, so dollar was up in the morning and we gapped up. But like I was saying, just you could see it. If the market goes red and bonds go red, you're quickly going to be, and bonds keep going up, but like the story would look, you would have been like, oh, that was obvious. So, but the dollar is the only bad thing on the day. When I enter. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. I mean, for real. You all had to listen. Some of you were nice. I mean, most people, again, I think you guys were very passionate too. I don't even think anybody, a couple of you guys attacked some of each other, but for the most part, I mean, I'm pretty chill. I hope you guys are too. And you know what I'm saying? Regardless, you don't have to agree with me or anybody for that matter. But like I'm saying, like, we could have talks. And I really hope we do, and you know, show respect to everybody. And like I'm saying, I think Chad's been pretty on point with that. So, you know, we should be able to talk, you know, and that's really what it comes down to. So I hope you all have that opportunity as well. And at the same time, don't get too clapped or too mad about it. I clapped you last week. It's because I'm gonna ban you right now because you've been banned how many times? You know what I'm saying? So it's not like you're a chronic abuser of certain things. So then you just get in the way. And then when I try to correct you, you just try to blame it on me banning you. I haven't banned you yet, so I'll wait for your response. But if you don't understand that by now, there's not much I could do for you. You know what I'm saying? It's not related. You're a chronic offender of it. It's a constant thing. It's a pattern. And I try to communicate it to you, and you do not give me that respect back. But then you try to blame it on me every time. So let's get to the bottom of it now so that you can have your opinion. But at the same time, don't say it's for another reason when you're doing something else. Whose man's is this? I remember when everybody used to say that. I used to say that a lot, bro. You only forecast realistic. This winter, I can't. Winter should slow down. Rates are high in real estate, but the problem is that we don't even know what this next 3 months is going to bring. So realistically, real estate should just like slow down a little bit, stay somewhat elevated, and then that's about it unless we get like a major development. Game theory, civilization built on war and how to deter it. Amen. Now they have proxy. But then how do you win game theory? The answer to game theory is cooperate. You will always win in cooperation. And then the one time you get clapped is if you cooperate and they defect. But again, I'm a big fan of cooperation, finding it. But we don't seem willing to want to even look in that direction. Everybody has so many reasons why, well, we can't just do this, then this will happen. So, are E-Trade still clapped? Are you in Florida? That's wild. Gut feeling, Snapchat. I feel like Snapchat, it has something good coming up, but I think they ruined it with the leak, if that makes sense. So I think if Snapchat came out with whatever they're going to come out with today, we're all under the impression it's going to be good because of that news on October 16th. I think it would have hit way harder if we didn't know about that. So imagine Snap was just like chilling at like $6, you know, and then that news came out, it would have launched it up. But I have no idea at this point. I do think analysts have raised their guidance, but the bar is still pretty low. But then again, they have struggled for a really solid year, even longer than that. But the last 4 earnings in a row have just been 20% at a time. I don't know how it's not down 100% when you look at it, but it's been like 2020, 2018, something just, it's been hideous. Chevron acquiring Hess. I think everybody is trying to consolidate for the long term, but I don't really like those energy names too much, but I like Oxy the most. And the only problem with Oxy, they don't hedge. Yeah, but like I may have gone from the point by bringing up Oxy. The point is there is consolidation in energy right now. Chevron and Hessington, PXD and Dominion. It's like energy oil assets. Again, even I think Oxy even bought a couple of places too. So there's a lot of consolidation. But as far as like what that means in making a play, I think it's for the longer term effort, like for oil and energy. But I don't know anything, you know, beyond that to say like, oh, this is it, this isn't it, you know. Could it be they leaked with the purpose of the stock going up, knowing they were going to miss? That would be illegal if they actually missed and like that came to if that came to fruition. Yeah, that would be illegal. But at the same time, if it's true, it would have been better off if it was a surpriser. So now the market has had like a week to pretty much anticipate Snap earnings, and the last thing that you've heard about is that they had leaked earnings talking about, you know, really raising numbers in 2024. They're going to do well, but they priced in 12 to 15. It's pricing in 19 right now. We are right below the opening candle. That's actually a big deal because now we're above the 42. We've ripped right off of that, but you need that to hold. I told you earlier, if it's like a big bounce and comes down below, that will be ugly. Yeah, they already ran up 12, but then it's pricing in 19. That's why I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how it's going to trade unless they come out with something way better. But it would have done way better without the leak. I think it could have gone up like 30-40% if they were like, boom, guidance, they raised it. It was something nuts and nobody saw it coming. It would have been great. The issue with Snap is stock-based comp. It's ridiculous. I mean, it wasn't bad when they were doing good and growing, but right when the growth stopped, then fuck yeah, it's awful. But I think it's their spending still and the money. It's not like they don't make money, but after all of your expenses, they're losing money. Again, like, they're going to probably make $0 cash from operations in 3 months. That's the good expectation. It should have been a loss of 300,000. But that right there is just, so they're starting with $1 billion of revenue, and by the time you pay everything, they're just walking away with zero. That's the only issue. So that's why people got excited. If Snapchat finds a way to make $500 million a year outside of advertisements, oh my goodness. That right there is where you get a game changer. Why? Because now, all right, great, make $1 billion, don't turn any profit, and I don't know how they're going to do it. Like, what the fuck are they going to sell? What are they going to do? But if they find a way to add another 500 to the back end, then boom, that changes a lot of those. Again, now your cash from operations, assuming they don't have to spend money and it's all built in, and they could do that on the same format, then they'll be good to go. Or at least it'll bring some life back to them. But we'll see. Only Snap? Maybe, but no, they wouldn't risk it. They got a good hold on that young demographic. Don't doubt that. That's the thing about Snapchat, where performance-wise, money, it's not, that's where I'm saying they've like slowed down, but they don't want it to become that sex app. They're going to push the realm and keep some of the edgy 16-year-olds and all of the influencers who push and pump all that shit. But at the same time, like, they do want to protect their holy grail of demographics. They still dominate that 13 to 17-year-old demographic to this day. And it's been 3-4 years. That means those 13-year-olds 4 years ago are now 17, and they still have all of the 13-year-olds for the next generation. You're a real one. You 100% appreciate the channel. Listen every day since exposed to you. I'm older. Wisdom and thoughts I appreciate. Well, thank you, man. That's very good to hear. We're a cult if you're not familiar. So, everybody here is very culty. It's not too often we come across a new cult member. So good to see you, man. I hope you got a long term, man. I hope you got a long term. White House, Biden, Australian Prime Minister to announce tech innovation cooperation, including on AI, clean energy, and critical materials. Maybe watch out for some of these plays. Watch out for any infrastructure plays. Australia, America infrastructure deal. And now you get Kirby because I need to go to the bathroom. So follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. God bless you. And we will be right back.
I won't belabor my time here, but very exciting visit. President and the First Lady are very much looking forward to it. Lots to discuss, lots going on in the world, and we're excited about it.
Good, Dan.
Thanks, Kareem. Thank you, Admiral. French President Emmanuel Macron called today for Hamas to be added to the targets of the US-led coalition fighting the Islamic State group. Is that something that the White House would support?
Well, we're just aware of these reports coming out from the LSA. I would say, first and foremost, we're focused on helping Israel go after Hamas right now, making sure they got the capabilities of security assistance to go after Hamas. And we're certainly in discussions with our allies and partners. As you know, President Macron was on the call, actually 2 calls that the president has had with European leaders in just the last several days, and we'll continue those consultations.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. Amnesty International said that they found evidence that Israel used white phosphorus in Gaza. Any confirmation from the U.S. on this?
I cannot confirm that.
And just now, as you know, the UN Security Council had a meeting. The Arab groups condemned killing civilians, but also said that we should support a peace process instead of sending weapons to Israel if we want to support Israel. Do you envisage a scenario whereby the hostages will be released, Hamas will be disarmed, and some kind of international conference will take place soon?
I couldn't begin to speculate on that. Those are potential steps that haven't happened yet and may not happen. All I can tell you is we're going to continue to make sure Israel has the tools and the capabilities that they need to defend themselves. We're going to continue to try to get that humanitarian assistance in. We're going to continue to try to get hostages and people out of Gaza appropriately. And as I think you've heard us say, a ceasefire right now really only benefits Hamas. That's where we are right now. And I understand the question, but I'm just not going to get ahead of where things are.
There is no scenario to avert the war now. That was my point, really. There is no other scenario to avert.
There's already combat between Israel and Hamas. If what you're saying to avert a ground incursion, that is a question for the Israeli Defense Forces. They get to make the decisions about what operations they're going to conduct or not. We don't believe that a ceasefire right now is what we would believe that a ceasefire right now is only going to benefit Hamas.
Thanks, Admiral. There was some reporting overnight that the U.S. is planning for mass evacuations of Americans
Ceasefire
before war to spread.
would only benefit
Can you kind
Hamas,
of give context
says Kirby.
of how likely you guys are viewing that scenario and whether this is very top-level planning or if there's some sort of granular detail that you guys are going into on this effort?
I won't go into granular detail on operational planning one way or another, but it would be imprudent and irresponsible if we didn't have folks thinking through a broad range of contingencies and possibilities, and certainly evacuations are one of those things. I mean, there's not a place in the world where the Pentagon doesn't have contingency plans on the shelf. May need updating, but have them on the shelf to help with the evacuation of American citizens. And given what's going on in the Middle East right now, I think it's perfectly reasonable. I think it would be imprudent and irresponsible if we weren't doing some kind of contingency thinking. But we're not at a point of execution right now. And there are still plenty of opportunities, for instance, even in Israel, for people to get out. We're still doing contract charter flights, and there's still commercial flights going in and out of Ben Gurion. And frankly, the demand signal for our contract charter flights hasn't been very high. They're still going, but they're not all filled. And the same could be said for places like Lebanon. But each country's different, and the threats and challenges in each will change over time. And we're doing all the right prudent thinking that you would expect us to.
I know that that you've thanked Qatar for its role in helping to secure the release of some of the hostages so far, but I was wondering if the U.S. believes that Qatar should expel the Hamas leaders that are in the country right now.
I don't think. Well, I'll just say we're having conversations with partners across the region, and we know that Qatar has an open line of communication with Hamas. And as you saw, we thank Qatar for their support in helping get those two Americans out. I would just tell you that those discussions and those conversations are ongoing and critically important. And I think I need to leave it at that.
Thanks, Admiral. Former President Obama shared some of his views about the conflict yesterday. One of the things he said was that the Israelis haven't done enough to avoid killing or injuring civilians as they seek to take out Hamas in Gaza. Does President Biden share that view?
President Biden has, since the very beginning of this conversation, been talking to the Prime Minister, and we have been talking to Israelis at various levels, at the cabinet level and below, about what separates us from Hamas as two democracies, and that's respect for human life. That's abiding by the law of war. That's by doing everything you can to try to prevent civilian casualties and collateral damage, and that's an active conversation we continue to have with them.
Urging them to be more respectful of human life? What exactly is the message that he's conveying?
I think I just conveyed it.
Okay, and then another thing that President Obama said is that the Israeli government's decision to cut off food, water, and electricity to a captive civilian population has the potential to erode global support for Israel. I'm wondering if President Biden agrees with that as well.
He's been talking again to Prime Minister Netanyahu, and we've been speaking to the Israelis again since the very early hours of this 2 weeks ago. That respect for human life, respect for the civilian population in Gaza, making sure that they can continue to get access to food, water, medicine, and electrical power remains critical. It's important. And that's why he worked so hard on this last trip last week to do exactly that by getting the Israelis and the Egyptians to agree for humanitarian assistance to get in.
Just make sure we're all using the right numbers. 33 Americans dead right now. How many unaccounted exactly?
10.
10 total. Okay. Let me ask you, again, the president, when he was departing the event that just took place a short time ago, was asked by a reporter if enough is being done to let aid out. He said, it's not going in fast enough. Who is the obstacle right now? What is the primary obstacle to the ability for that aid to arrive at the pace the president would be satisfied by?
I know it would be very tempting and satisfying for us to just sort of pin the tail on the donkey here, but there's a lot of factors at play here. If it was easy, my goodness, there'd be hundreds of trucks flowing in every day. It's a combat zone, Peter. It's a war zone. And that greatly complicates the ability to move safely and to the right recipients, the customers, that kind of humanitarian aid. So there's lots of players involved here. Hamas is obviously a player. Israel's a player. Egypt's a player. The UN is a player. And Ambassador Satterfield is working this as hard as he can. Unfortunately, today we haven't seen any trucks go in. We'll see what the hours to come bring.
One quick follow-up, if I can, on a separate topic here. Broadly speaking, we know the Israeli war cabinet has been meeting with the prime minister, the president, and others have spoken to members of that cabinet often, the president and Netanyahu often. Is the president confident that the Israeli war cabinet, led by the prime minister Benjamin Netanyahu, will do the right thing as he views it in carrying out this war?
He is confident that we are going to keep doing what we need to do to get Israel the capabilities that it needs. The war cabinet can speak for themselves. Prime Minister Netanyahu can speak for his government.
To be clear, I'm not hear you saying that he has confidence in Netanyahu and that war cabinet to lead this war effort to the U.S.'s life.
It's not our place to decide the competency of the unity government that Prime Minister Netanyahu put in place. That's for him to speak to and for his cabinet officials. The president left Tel Aviv confident that he had the opportunity to be candid and forthright with Prime Minister Netanyahu privately and with the war cabinet writ large, and that he had the opportunity to ask them the hard questions that he wants them to be asked.
Open face. It said that you pocket ban someone. I'm pooping. I got to get up off the toilet to tell you because I can't find it to unban him. So if you still see him, unban him. Yeah, my bad. All right, I'm going back, though. I'll be right back.
Can you characterize the threat that the U.S. faces in the region right now as Israel poises itself to invade Gaza? And then I have a question about Australia.
We remain deeply concerned by the potential for future attacks on our troops. As you're right, we've seen, and I'm guesstimating here, but it's about a dozen over the last several days. And as a result, tragically, one U.S. contractor died as a result of a heart attack from sheltering. So it's potentially a dangerous environment, and we're taking it very, very seriously. Our commanders on the ground have the right to defend themselves and their troops and can take the appropriate and are taking the appropriate force protection measures. And as you know, the president has added additional military force to the region, and now one of those carrier strike groups is going to go on through to the Gulf region to make sure that we send a strong signal of not only deterrence, but our willingness to protect and defend ourselves and our national interests.
A quick question about Australia. Apologies. Sort of as you have the Australian Prime Minister coming tomorrow in the midst of all of this activity around the Middle East, can you just give us a sense from the President's perspective, how is he balancing these two sort of immediate foreign policy objectives versus sort of his longer-term foreign policy objectives that the Prime Minister's visit sort of embodies?
Well, he's balancing it well.
He's
doing it. I mean, if you want to give him a report card, A+. I mean, he's commander-in-chief. That never stops, and the duties and responsibilities are literally global. I mean, we are one nation that has truly global responsibilities, and he's managing it all. Now, it would be really helpful if he could also get the support of Congress up on Capitol Hill, particularly for this supplemental funding. It will be immensely simpler and easier for the president to manage all these multiple crises if we could get that funding for Ukraine, the funding for Israel, the funding for the Indo-Pacific strategy, and of course down at the border.
But even sort of today, you're seeing things are being delayed. I mean, surely as
what's being delayed?
I mean, this briefing, for example, is delayed by quite.
Well, that's my fault.
Right. But I appreciate that. The national science thing is delayed.
Good move.
It is true.
It is true. I'm trying to get a sense, right? Presumably the president is going to have a number of calls he has to make tomorrow that he wouldn't have otherwise had to make if there had not been this crisis in the Middle East. And how, are you going to keep the Prime Minister of Australia waiting while Netanyahu's on the phone? Like, how is that going to work?
I don't anticipate keeping the Prime Minister waiting on anything tomorrow. They got a pretty full agenda, and as I said at the top, the President's looking forward to that. But being President of the United States means balancing an awful lot of priorities and challenges, whether they're domestic or foreign, and oftentimes the line between those gets blurred pretty dang quickly, as Kareem was talking about at the opening, in terms of the spillover of domestic potential threats here in the United States. But the President is managing it really, really well because of his long experience in government, the wisdom he brings to the job, the relationships that he has. Look at Prime Minister Netanyahu, and they've known each other for decades, since the Prime Minister was working in the embassy here in D.C. As the Deputy Chief of Mission. All that comes into the way he executes the job, and he's on top of it all.
Thank you. So 2 questions. Can you tell us specifically what the U.S. government is doing right now to get Palestinian Americans out of Gaza? Because understandably there are some logistical issues, but we've talked to people who are who are stuck at Rafah and who want to leave. And so what is the government doing right now?
Again, this is something that Ambassador Satterfield is working really, really hard. I mean, obviously a prime focus for us is the several hundred Americans that we know are there. And actually, I don't know exactly how many are down at Rafah, but we know there are many American citizens down at Rafah that want to get out, and he's working that very hard. We also believe, and he's also talking to partners, particularly Egypt, about the possibility of others getting out through Rafah. Again, innocent civilians of many different nationalities, certainly Palestinians, that want to leave and should be allowed to leave an active war zone for their own safety and for the safety of their families. I wish I could tell you that we got the recipe cooked here and they're all going to get out at a certain time and place. I just don't have that right now. But I can assure you, and all of them, that
okay, I'm back, guys.
very hard.
You got him unbanned. Good work.
So the Gaza.
We got to get ready. Earnings. I'm using this time to my advantage.
About 700 people were killed in an Israeli airstrike today. First of all, is that a figure that the U.S. government?
GPCR. Damn, it went up another 3.
And I think he was right by you saying that the Ministry of Health is run by Hamas, and I think that all needs to be factored into anything that they put out publicly.
Right, and this is sort of related to Nancy's question, but setting aside whether that 700 figure is correct or not, I'm wondering if the administration is
I did good on the white paper, I think. Baby wipes
response
as an odd question, but yeah.
In response to the obviously horrific attack that we've seen from Hamas.
We're going to avoid trying to react to every single event on the battlefield. We all saw last week how quick reactions to events on the battlefield turned out to be inaccurate.
Israel says 2 projectiles launched from Syria.
We're not going to jump to conclusions on every time there's a report of something. We're not going to react in real time.
Maybe I should have saved that for the Twitch. Save, pop in, save, S-A-V-E.
To which we are not a part in terms of being a presence on the ground. All I can do is say what I've said before, that we have and will continue to talk to our Israeli counterparts about the importance of avoiding and minimizing civilian casualties. And
that's a 4% pop. Check any other airlines.
Trying to prevent collateral damage as they go after
suffering. I don't see anything yet.
Hamas targets. I said this the other day.
Check JetBlue or anybody else related.
Your question prompts me to say it again because I think it's an important notion.
AAL is the only one that moved a little bit off of that.
Combat. It is bloody, it is ugly, and it's going to be messy. And innocent civilians are going to be hurt going forward. I wish I could tell you something different. I wish that wasn't going to happen. But it is,
12
it is
months,
going
baby.
to happen.
God bless you.
And that doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it dismissible. It doesn't mean that we aren't going to still express concerns
huge
about
pop
that.
on save. No headline yet. Keep watch on that.
The Israelis do everything they can to minimize it. But that's unfortunately the nature of conflict.
Thank you, Admiral. So going off your earlier exchange with Peter, to be clear, the U.S. cannot say if they're confident that Israel has a clear and achievable military plan?
That is a question for the Israeli Defense Forces.
You've said you've asked them tough questions, but has the U.S. set or discussed any possible red lines?
No.
And following on that, Secretary of State Antony Blinken had just said humanitarian pauses must be considered to protect civilians in Gaza. Can you expand on that?
Can I expand on, I'm sorry?
Secretary of State Antony Blinken said humanitarian pauses must be considered to protect civilians in Gaza.
Yeah, gold was hitting a high, I think, earlier.
We want to
nothing
see
on save yet, but keep watch. I don't want to take it off.
And pauses in operation is a tool and a tactic that can do that for temporary periods of time.
So does that mean
that is not the same as saying a ceasefire. Again, right now, we believe a ceasefire benefits Hamas, a general ceasefire.
And just to follow up on that, so could you clarify just a little bit how you would define the difference between a humanitarian pause?
I mean, I think it's really, it's a question of duration and scope and size and that kind of thing.
Got it. Okay. And then you said yesterday when asked about kind of what the future of Gaza might look like, that's something that the
What's the
Israelis
difference
are gonna
between a
need to
pause and a
figure out
ceasefire?
subsequently.
And I think that they are.
Is it
They're
not the
exploring those questions about what governance in Gaza looks like long term. I just don't think that, and understandably, their focus is much more on the here and now and the operations.
And does the U.S. have a view about the legality of a reoccupation of Gaza by Israel and whether that's a temporary thing or a more permanent thing?
I don't believe we've taken a position on that.
Thank you. Do you believe that the current level of bombardment allows for the extraction or transfer of hostages?
Good question. Good question. How do people plan to get out if you're blowing the shit up out of everything?
We're not completely sure about the location.
That was the
of each
slowest
and every
answer.
Hostage,
Let me think about this
we're
one.
working to get more granularity on that, and we have seen now just yesterday another 2 got out. Now, obviously, that's just a tiny fraction of the pool that we think Hamas is holding, but we think the effort to continue to negotiate for the release of additional hostages is worth the effort. Obviously, we've got 4 now families who are going to get reunited. That's a good thing, and we think that work needs to continue.
Yeah, Save don't have anything.
Rather than a
It came down
ceasefire is
2% off the top, but no headline yet.
How long do you think is reasonable to expect some of that information to be obtained?
I couldn't begin to answer that question right now.
And then Israeli officials have told CNN that they do not support any transfer of fuel into Gaza, which Hamas has said is required for any sort of deal to release hostages. Does the U.S. support that position?
Separate and distinct from the hostage situation and what we're doing to try to get them out. I want to be careful that I'm not talking about the specifics of the conversations that are going into getting these people out, lest I say something that makes it harder to do it in the future. Put that aside for a second. We have said, continue to say, that fuel is an important commodity for life and sustainment in Gaza for the Palestinian people that are still there. And we know that fuel is a precious commodity that's running out, and you need it for generators in hospitals. You need it to run the desalination pumps so that you can drink fresh water and not seawater. All of that is important. And so we're going to continue to work with partners in the region. We're going to continue to push for fuel to get in. Now, look, that said, I said this again yesterday, we certainly understand Israeli concerns about the possibility for Hamas to abscond with fuel and use it for their own purposes and not allow it to be used in hospitals and desalination plants. We understand that. That is a legitimate concern, no question about it, which is why, again, Ambassador Satterfield is on the ground working this so hard. There's a balance here that has to be achieved. Obviously, we haven't achieved it.
So, again,
yet.
this is still right
We
above
still
that level.
believe, just in general,
4231 or
that
something.
fuel needs to be able
TTOO
to
on the
get
high.
into to the people of Gaza.
Oh, thanks. Of the 10 that are presumed, missing or hostages, can you tell us whether or not all 10 are presumed to be hostages, or are some still missing? What's the percentage?
We don't know. They're not accounted for. Some could be hostages. Some could unfortunately be dead. We don't know. That's why they're still
It's been
in the
almost
unaccounted
3
for
weeks, sir.
category.
And then just to pivot back, because lines get blurred on everything, the Australian Prime Minister has a meeting with President Xi of China scheduled for next month.
My plays, I'm in
So I'm
Microsoft
just wondering
both
how much
ways.
is countering China expected to
No
come
other
up
plays.
tomorrow? And
I'm in
also
RTX.
just
We hit
what is
that.
the position on having such an important
And
ally that needs
I don't
to
know
do
if I'm going to make a
business,
snap play.
as we also do with China?
Oh, I think we fully support and understand that the Prime Minister wants to meet with President Xi and travel to Beijing. We have traveled to Beijing. 3 cabinet secretaries and Special Envoy Kerry. Of course, Jake Sullivan's going to be having, and the Secretary of State's going to be having meetings later this week with their Foreign Minister, Wang Yi. So conversations with the Chinese and keeping the lines of communication open is really important. The President has said that many, many times. And of course, Australia's, their relationship with China is incredibly important to them as well to manage it. Now, to your first question, there's no question in my mind that the challenges and the opportunities in relations with the PRC will be on the agenda tomorrow. No question about that.
John, does the administration agree with the UN
Secretary General's statement today that the Hamas attacks, quote, did not happen in a vacuum.
I don't know what he meant by that, so I'm not.
I can read you the
I mean, I'm
full-
not sure. I didn't see the comments, and I'm not sure what the context is.
He said that it's important to recognize the attacks by Hamas did not happen in a vacuum. The Palestinian people have been subjected to 56 years of suffocating occupation. They've seen their land steadily devoured by settlements, plagued by violence. It goes on. That statement infuriated a lot of Israelis. I want to know if the administration disagrees with what he said.
The president has spoken very clearly, and I think very forcefully, on who's to blame here for October 7th. It's Hamas. It's not the Israelis. It's not the innocent Israeli people that were slaughtered going to a music festival. It was Hamas. They planned this thing for many months, maybe even as long as a year. Hamas is to blame. Hamas is to blame.
On that note, is the assessment still the same that Iran did not directly play a role in this attack? Because you had Senator Blumenthal saying over the weekend.
I never said that Iran did not play a role. What we've said, and there's been no change, what we said, Jackie, is Iran is certainly complicit here. Without them, there is no Hamas. Without them, there's no Hezbollah. Without them, there's no militia groups firing rockets at our troops in Iraq and Syria. And as I said yesterday up here, we recognize Iran's monitoring all these events, and in some cases, they're encouraging some of these attacks. No question about it. Now, you talk about October 7th. We still haven't seen any direct, specific intelligence that says they were witting or participating or directing the attacks of October 7th. But as I said, broadly complicit, no question about that. And I'm sure that our Israeli counterparts will, in due time, take a harder look at the intelligence picture and what might have been missed, what gaps there were, but I'll let them speak to that.
Can you just speak to the shift in language we heard yesterday out of the Pentagon? Last week no one would confirm on the record that these attacks were coming from Iranian proxy groups, but then Brigadier General Pat Ryder said the U.S. holds Iran responsible. Is the U.S. taking this as a signal that Iran is in fact trying to widen the war?
We see that they are backing these groups, no question about that. We have sent a strong signal of deterrence. There's no indication right now that any other nation.
Did you see this headline? Apple to make parts and tools
preparing
and documentation available to fix all products at independent repair shops nationwide.
I want to be clear.
Says the White House.
Nobody's turning a blind eye to Iran's
UFC
complicity.
signs biggest ever sponsorship deal with Anheuser-Busch.
These militia groups in Iraq and Syria, their support for
White House to ask Congress to pass right to repair law.
We have addressed that through additional sanctions. We have addressed it through additional
right to
military
repair
force
law.
posture. We're obviously going to do what we have to do to protect ourselves and our troops. Nobody's at all turning away
Bud's
from
moving up.
That threat or
Yo, no shit.
Their historic
Bro,
and sustained
Budweiser's moving
support
on that.
for these terrorist groups.
Thanks. John, just a follow-up to what Peter asked earlier. I'd like two questions, but one to drill down. I assume when the president said aid isn't getting fast enough to Gaza, that he's not critiquing our efforts to get it there.
Who's getting the money, UFC
hanging
or
the hook on who's responsible? Is he saying that more can be done from our end? Is there more that can be done to get the aid to them?
I think he was referring to actors in the region.
And then the second question is, it's for many years, you're going to meet with the Australian government, and they have supported the release of Julian Assange. Now, we haven't done so saying there were national security reasons, but for the reasons that he has been charged are basically the same efforts that many reporters use. So is there any change of heart in this administration's efforts to free Julian Assange?
I won't be able to talk about extradition matters, Brian, and as you know, this is something... fair question, but this is something the Justice Department is handling, and I think it's better if you go to them on that.
EW, what the hell is this? EW, Edwards Life Sciences.
Thanks, Admiral.
EW.
So the, you talked in here
Chad,
about
huge
contingency
pop.
plans for this conflict potentially escalating, even though the administration wants to prevent that. So is the U.S. military really planning for possible evacuation of hundreds of Americans from
They
the
announced
Middle East?
5-year data for Partner 3 Sapien trial.
There's prudent planning, and then there's sort of the tactical level planning right before you execute. What we're talking about here is just prudent planning and thinking. There are no active efforts right now to evacuate Americans.
All right, top
from the
tick
beach.
Josh in full effect. I
Other
took
than what we're doing in Israel
EW.
and
I grabbed
providing
100
cargo
shares,
flights. There's no
72,
active
71.
efforts. And we're not parking
We'll
ships
see.
off the
Phase
coast
3
and getting
data.
ready to send Marines in to
They
get people
partnered
out.
on. It's just coming out right now
pick
at
the place over there.
11:02.
That's not happening right now.
So
But,
5-year data from Partner 3
what was
trial
reported in the press
demonstrates
is nothing
excellent
more
survival
than
for
prudent
patients
contingency
receiving
planning. And as I
Edward
said at the
Sapien
outset,
3.
Given everything that's been going on the last 2 weeks, it would be irresponsible if we weren't taking pen to paper and taking a look at what that might look like. But there's been no orders given, nobody prepositioned to do it, no moving in that direction. But if it should get to that, my goodness, you'd want to make sure we were ready to do it and do it like that.
Quick follow-up on the longer it takes for the House to agree on a speaker, how concerned are you? How concerned is the president?
I got you, babe. I wanted to go a little bigger, but let's see. MDT's dying off of it.
As well as
Hold on.
It's a concern. As I said earlier, we've got appropriations to support
Yeah,
Ukraine and
MDT's
Israel
dying
for a bit
off of
longer.
it.
Now, how long is a
Oh,
bit's going to depend on the pace and the scale of these combat operations in both countries. But
Yeah,
yeah,
MDT
we
dying.
wouldn't have put a supplemental request in, which, oh, by the way, says right in the first line, it's an urgent request. We wouldn't say it wasn't urgent if it wasn't urgent. We want them to act as quickly as possible.
John, I wonder if we've heard numbers of several hundred Americans who are in Gaza, up to 600. Do you have a more specific number of the actual number of Americans who are in Gaza right now?
State Department is a better place to go for that. Several hundred I know is accurate. I wish I could be more detailed than that, but you really got to go to state. They would have a better count probably than I would.
And then in the prudent planning process, I mean, for these several hundred Americans who are in Gaza right now, if it's in a prudent planning stage,
No, please don't mix up the two. What the question I was getting was on the Washington Post report about regional evacuation planning. We are actively trying to get Americans out of Gaza. Ambassador Satterfield was appointed for that purpose, well, also to get humanitarian assistance in, and we're doing that.
They have
But
earnings on the 25th.
we know there's Americans in there. We know they want to get out. We're working very hard to find safe passage for them.
That
That is
sucks.
different than a non-combatant evacuation operation. That's safe passage out of a war zone.
is there a current, advice, I guess, for folks who are kind of trying to gather near the Rafah crossing in case that is where they would evacuate? Is it advisable for Americans in Gaza right now to be in a certain location?
I got this question yesterday, and I really should refer you to the
ABT
State
could be
Department. They
required on
manage
that.
and handle our communication
I'm at
with
72,
American
71. I got
citizens
filled at the
overseas,
literal
and I
top.
think it's better for
I only
that
grabbed 100. I was going to
question
grab
be
more than that, so I'm going to wait a little bit. But they do have earnings
John,
in
I
the
wanna
morning,
make sure
so
I understood
you're going to
the-
have till end of the day if
idea
people
of
get
a
hyped on it.
ceasefire
The news is good though.
versus
It's a 5-year
and-
trial.
and you
It's a
guys
heart
clearly are
valve drug,
opposed
so
to
like
ceasefire,
ABT,
thinking that would be a victory
Medtronic,
for
they
Hamas. But
probably
on the
should get a
humanitarian
reaction.
pause, is it something that the U.S.
If
is
MDT
actively
drops though, I'm going
pursuing
to
or
use that as
calling
kind of a more
for that to be
confirmation.
the case?
Well, you heard the Secretary of State talk
Yeah, they're
about
both kinda looking the
the
same.
need to look at that, to consider the possibility of a humanitarian pause to
All right.
allow aid to
I
get
grabbed
in
anher
and
100
get
at
in
70,
unfettered,
80. They hooked me
and
up.
to allow for the safe movement of people out. But
There
again,
you
there's
go.
a lot
I
that goes
grabbed
into
a-
that.
so I have
Matt. You
200 now. Use that
gotta-
as my
the
average
Rafah
down.
crossing's open on the way in. It's not open on the way out. There's a lot of spade work in diplomacy to get that to happen.
So you're not calling for it at this point. You're saying it should be an option.
I think it's, again, I would refer you back to what Secretary Blinken said, but it's certainly something that ought to be considered for the purpose of humanitarian assistance.
Okay. And then one last thing on the 10 Americans that are unaccounted for. Is there any confirmation that some number of those are currently being held hostage, or is it completely that the U.S. has no idea where those people are?
No, the fact that they're unaccounted for means we truly don't know. We know, again, as I said, a handful, less than 10, are being held hostage. But when we give you the number of unaccounted for, and the reason that number goes up and down is because you get information. Sometimes it's really bad news. Sometimes it's not. So that number fluctuates. It hasn't fluctuated much over the last several days. It's hung around 10, 11. Today it's 10. But what I can tell you is we're working real hard to try to solve those mysteries.
Oh,
And
Mattel, I don't
so
have
that
a play for
the
that
number's
one.
0, and at least families.
No, I want to
know.
still
At
play
least they
Take
have
2.
information, and
I don't know if they
we're
came
working
out with
hard
that trial stuff, but nothing on Mattel.
Thank you. Thanks, Corinne.
Thank you.
Sorry I was late.
See?
It's my fault.
That's twice now.
Noted for the record.
Yes, noted for the record, indeed. All right, Sung Ming.
Thanks, Karine. A couple topics. On the expanding UAW strike, obviously you had 5,000 workers walk off the plant in Texas today. The strike is in the 6th week, and you had Ford laying off workers in Michigan and Ohio. And I'm wondering how concerned the White House is right now that you can get a resolution that's in a timely enough fashion that you
Chrysler,
avoid significant
Stellantis furloughs
So obviously
525
we're monitoring
workers
all of this,
in Michigan
everything that you
due
just
to
laid
strike.
out very closely.
That just came out now.
Yesterday I was asked about Gene Sperling and also Acting Secretary Sue, who have been obviously playing point from this administration in helping in any way possible, not part of the negotiation, but certainly helping communicate with the parties, both UAW and the Big Three. Look, the president continues to believe that collective bargaining is incredibly important. The options that are under collective bargaining, UAW has the right to kind of think through those options. And so we believe that if everyone comes together in good faith, that there could be a win-win agreement. And so we're going to let them have those negotiations, continue to have those conversations. Closely. I don't have anything beyond that.
And on the supplemental packages, obviously you set up the national security focus stuff last week. We have reporting, others have reporting as well, that there are plans to send up a domestic focus supplemental. And I'm wondering if you could talk through kind of the idea of sending it in 2 different packages, especially because you have people like Bernie Sanders saying Congress can't pass just tens of billions for priorities abroad without addressing the priorities at home. So why did the White House choose to do it in separate packages?
I mean, look, in Director Young's letter, she said that there would be a domestic supplemental as well. It's coming this week. So certainly it's going to lay out the president's priorities as it relates to disaster relief, as it relates to child care. And so that's coming. That is forthcoming. We did certainly, as you heard from the Admiral, with the supplemental that we released last week, the foreign one, the international one, it said urgent on it in the first line, right? Because we believed it was incredibly important as we see the war in Ukraine, as we see what's happening with Israel and Hamas. We wanted to make sure that certainly that we got out there as soon as possible. But the domestic one is coming this week. That's what Director Young said in her letter that you all, I'm sure you all saw, that there's going to be an additional request on the domestic front, and those are going to be priorities and just as important, but also priorities for the president as well. That is critical to domestic push or platform that he has.
Thanks, Green. We've heard from Senate Republicans that humanitarian aid to Gaza is an issue for them in the aid package. Are there any modifications to the aid package that would be red lines for the White House?
I'm not going to get into any hypotheticals or any red lines. We believe there's no reason for Congress shouldn't pass or support this. We believe this is a national security priority, right? Which includes, as you know, critical aid to Ukraine as well, not just aid to what's happening to Israel with what's happening in the region. But we also believe there's strong bipartisan support. We've heard it from Mitch McConnell. We've heard it from McCall, right? Chairman McCall. We heard it from Chairman Turner. So we believe there is actually strong bipartisan support for this supplemental package that was introduced by the president last week. And we believe that there's no reason at all that Congress can't get it through.
Does the president have any reaction to the reporting that Congressman Dean Phillips is going to be seeking the Democratic presidential nomination?
I'm going to be careful from here. Not going to speak to electoral politics, upcoming electoral politics 2024. If one thing I would say outside of that is we appreciate the Congressman almost 100% support.
Are you kidding
of this
me?
President as he's moved forward with some really important key legislation.
Every single time.
I just don't have anything to share on that.
My goodness.
2024 from here. Go ahead, Kim.
Republicans have selected.
Yeah, bro, that just washed me out. $800 on the 200 share, bro. That just dropped 5-6% on that one. I mean, there's no update on it. It's the one I played though. If I call the news and don't play it, it's gonna run, bro. But if I go for it, we're gonna get murdered.
I'm
It's
just
the
not going
lesson
to
I've
speak
been
to the
taught.
process. I'm sure there's more.
I don't have
steps
any
to
other
go,
update
right?
on it. Literally,
Before we
you are
get to
just
the end
getting
here. I
a
think it's
reaction ahead of
important,
earnings. If
critical,
not,
that the Republicans in the conference get their act together, get their business in order, and figure out who's going to lead.
Yeah, I'm not seeing
lead
anything
not just
else.
the conference, obviously, be since they have the majority in the House.
Let me
have a
see
speaker for the
MDT.
House. Just not going to get into it. I have said just moments
I'll
ago
take it.
we have seen bipartisan support for you.
MDT is
for the
holding up
supplemental
better.
package that
Again,
the president,
I actually thought this was
announced
very
last
good
week,
for him. Again,
that we
there's not
announced
too
that
many
we
5-year
spoke to
trials,
last
but
week, and so
at the
we
same
believe
time,
that
earnings
Congress
are
should
in the
move forward
morning,
with
but
that.
we'll
As it
see. Let
relates
it move
to
around.
the process and
That's just
finding a speaker,
literally
that is up to
total
them.
reverse.
We do not, as the president has said himself, just quoting him, we do not have a vote in that space. Go ahead, Brian.
Just a follow-up, I know you don't want to talk about their process, but once the House picks a speaker, your process, considering the global situation, is this administration considered asking the House Speaker to speak before a joint session of Congress, or would you consider having them over to members of the GOP and the Democratic leadership in Congress over to the White House to talk about the situation, since you're asking for additional funds?
Look, there are conversations that have been happening and will continue from this administration to folks on the Capitol. That has been happening via the director of OMB. That's been happening with the Legislative Affairs Office. Those conversations with congressional members have been ongoing as it relates to making sure we get this additional funding. And so that hasn't stopped.
Procter
That's
and
gonna
Gamble
continue.
on the high.
We're going to continue to make sure that we talk to folks, whether in the Senate or in the House, about the importance, the critical importance about getting this aid, especially as we talk about our national security. And now we're going to announce pretty soon the domestic piece of this as well. So those conversations continue. That's never stopped, and they will certainly move forward with that, regardless of what happens.
But will the president become personally involved? I mean, the situation has been outlined here in the White House is how dire it is in the Middle East and how dire the situation is in Ukraine. So in order to sell it or in order to make the deal, is the president willing to do it himself to talk to?
We believe we have bipartisan support. We believe we have bipartisan support in the House and in the Senate to get this done. I just mentioned a couple of I mentioned Chair McCall, I mentioned Mitch McConnell. They've been very supportive of getting this moving forward. So we believe the bipartisan support is there, and there's no reason for Congress not to move forward. Go ahead, Karen.
The president spoke with the families of unaccounted Americans 11 days ago. Are there any plans for him to have another conversation with those families? And if not him, can you talk about the contact between senior White House officials and those families right now? We're told that there has been daily communication.
I don't have anything to read out to you on any further conversations, so just don't have anything to share at this time on anything that's going to moving forward on as it relates to the president speaking again to those families.
And how about people in the White House? Like, who is talking to the
I
families?
just don't have specifics. Obviously, we have had connection and conversations with them. I just don't have the specifics on who is talking to the families. Okay, Justin.
Thanks, Corinne. We're only a couple of weeks away from government funding, also running out again. At this point, do you guys have a preferred strategy for how you'd like to see the government funding bill, the two supplemental requests go through? Do you want to see one sort of collective piece of legislation, or?
So I don't have a direct process on that. But certainly, we want to see both of them get through, both the domestic supplemental, which we're going to announce this week, and obviously the urgent supplemental as it relates to our national security that we announced last week. Certainly, we think Congress should move forward with both of them. They should move forward on getting those passed. As I mentioned, as it relates to the national security request that we made with Ukraine and also Israel, we've seen bipartisan support. We don't believe there should not be a reason for Congress to move forward with that. Once we get the domestic supplemental request out there, obviously we'll have conversations as we are now, continue to have conversations with members of Congress to talk about that piece as well. But we want to see both of them move forward. They're both critical. They're both important. If you think about the domestic, we're talking about child care, right? We're talking about disaster relief fund, all incredibly important to the American people.
When the negotiations were going on before, you guys referenced pretty frequently the deal that former Speaker McCarthy and the president had out of the debt ceiling talks.
Yeah.
Given the state of Republican leadership right now. Do you guys still see that framework as sort of operative, or do you think we'll be starting sort of from square one when they go into the negotiations?
So, look, I'm not going to get certainly into hypotheticals from here, how the process is going to go. If we go back to the budget agreement a couple of months ago, it was something that, again, House Republicans, 2/3 of them voted for it. It got bipartisan support. It was something that American people wanted to see, both Republicans and Democrats coming together and delivering for the American people. And so that was incredibly important to the president. We believe that they needed to stick to the deal that they voted on. The president signed that bill, and now we're at a point where we're talking about the supplemental budget, right? Which is something that is common. It is not unusual for the administration to ask for a supplemental request.
You said that in addition to sort of disaster relief, it might include childcare and other priorities, and so I'm wondering if
you are still just you're not even at 40. You balanced out the 42-30, but my goodness, this has been maybe like 45 minutes here.
I understand the question. Look, supplementals are, as you know, not unusual to ask. And these are domestic priorities that the president thinks are incredibly important, that the American people need and want to see. If you think about child care, if you think about the American Rescue Plan, how important it was.
I'm getting your earnings preview set up.
For example, the CTC and what the difference that made to communities across the country. And so this is something that's been part of the president's platform for some time. And so he's gonna put out his domestic supplemental in the next day or two. He'll lay that out for Congress, and we'll continue to have those conversations, but he thinks the reason he's asking for it because he actually believes it's very important, and it's not unusual for the administration to ask for a supplemental budget. Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, I want to ask you about current energy prices and Iran, if I could. So Iran makes 70% of its revenue from oil. It's doubled that oil output since 2019, adding $40 billion to revenues. So are the president's current energy policies giving Iran enough money to fund terror groups? Because the price of oil has gone up under this president. The former President Trump, the average price of Brent oil was $58. Under this president, it's $83 a barrel. So the price of oil is more. Is that giving Iran enough money to fund these terror groups in the Middle East?
I wholeheartedly
mathematically speaking, the answer is yes, but that's a wild question.
Our actions are giving. Is that what you're saying? Can you say that again?
The current energy policies in the U.S.
From our energy policies.
Yeah, seeing the price of oil go up because when you restrict supply here in the United States, it's forcing to get the global supply from somewhere else. OPEC is cutting prices of oil, so the price of oil goes up.
Yeah, and we're not part of OPEC, as you know.
Right,
and so they're going to make their decisions on
she said we're not in OPEC. That's the answer.
A member of OPEC.
But the administration has decided to regulate the oil industry here in the U.S. and restrict investment, future investment in the oil supply in the U.S. And so as the price of oil goes up, is that giving Iran enough money to fund these terror groups?
It seems to be a big jump. And so certainly I'm not going to speak into that type of hypothetical. It sounds like a hypothetical that you're asking me. So certainly I'm not going to weigh into this. I'm just not going to weigh into a hypothetical here. Go ahead, Phil.
Thank you. Just to quickly follow up on something that John Kirby said about the Gaza Health Ministry, because I think this would be helpful for Americans who are watching this conflict from afar. Does the administration see the Gaza Health Ministry at an all credible source of information concerning the crisis on the ground in Gaza?
He literally just spoke to this, but he just answered this question.
He said that they were associated with Hamas, but does the administration think that they are at all credible?
He literally just spoke to this and answered it. I don't have anything else.
The other one was crazy.
He just said.
He says, "Are you guys supporting terrorism?"
He actually answered the question. I don't have anything else to say.
I mean, technically, I guess.
Thanks, Corinne. On a visit of the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi is coming to D.C. For a 3 days visit. So besides the potential meeting between President Xi and President Biden at this APEC summit, is China's stance on Israel and Ukraine on the agenda? And also, in the wake of those attacks in Europe and Middle East, I'm assuming U.S. doesn't want to see any other conflicts happen in Asia. So in this visit, will U.S. reiterate to Wang Yi that the United States will not stand aside if China attacks Taiwan?
So a couple of things just to say at the top. As you know, Wang Yi is going to be meeting with Secretary Blinken and also our National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, and so it's going to happen. He's going to be in town on Friday, and so that's when those meetings are going to occur. This is about engaging face to face. You hear us talk about all the time how diplomacy, face to face diplomacy, especially as it relates to foreign policy, is incredibly important. So we're going to raise the challenging issues. Obviously, we're going to address misperceptions and also miscommunications, and explore working with PRC where our interests intersect. That is something that we have said certainly from the beginning of this administration. And so our strategy toward PRC has been consistent here, and our assessment of the challenges that we have with PRC that poses has not changed. And we have been very clear. We want to see competition. That's what we want to see with PRC, competition. And so we seek to manage that competition in a responsible way. And so again, you're going to see a diplomatic engagement, a face-to-face engagement with the Secretary and our National Security Advisor. We think it's important to have those conversations. You heard the Admiral, how there's been 3 secretaries that have already gone to Beijing, had those face-to-face diplomatic conversations. Now Wang Yi is going to be here on Friday, and so we're going to continue those we believe, important discussions.
Is Israel and Ukraine going to be on there?
I'm not going to get ahead of what's on the agenda, but obviously we're going to talk about challenges, ways to work together that better our interest, obviously, and we're going to continue the engagement that we've had at various levels at the PRC.
The second question on the global south. So of course, it highlights U.S. call for Israel to follow the law of the war and effort to provide humanitarian aid to Gaza. But we also seen from the Arab world and global south, and we're seeing protests in Indonesia, in Malaysia, against United States support to Israel, and which those are important allies in Indo-Pacific and ASEAN. Is United States concerned about the strategy right now might alienate those allies that might be important in the Pacific?
Yeah, we have important allies and partners across the globe, and we certainly, those relationships are very important. But the president and this administration has been very clear in our support for Israel and how we want to make sure that they are able to deal with a terrorist organization like Hamas and to protect their people, right? We have been very clear and make sure that humanitarian aid, as you've heard us say over and over again, gets into Gaza. And so that's going to be our focus. We have someone, an ambassador on the ground who's focusing on that, making sure that we do everything that we can get the hostages out. So that is our priority right now, and that's going to be our focus. Go ahead.
Thanks. On the House Speaker race, the odds are whoever Republicans end up electing, 1 is not going to have much of a history with the president, and 2 is not going to have done much in terms of major negotiations over legislation. So I wonder if that heightens any level of concern the White House has about being able to get these priorities done by the end of the year, being able to kind of have that familiarity in those conversations.
So look, I'll say a couple of things there. Look, we believe it is important to get the work done on behalf of the American people. It is important. It is important to have a functioning House, which is right now is not functioning because they cannot figure out who is going to lead. They, meaning the House Republicans, who's going to be the leader of their conference, who's going to be the Speaker of the House, and that's a problem. We see that as a problem. But we're going to continue to do everything once they decide, and we hope they do it very quickly because we have a lot of business to get done. Just talked about 2 supplementals, one that we had, the national security one that we announced last week, and a domestic one that we're going to announce this week, obviously, and to make sure the government stays open. And so there's a lot of work to be done, and we hope that they get their priorities in order, they get themselves in order, so that we can get this done on behalf of the American people. We are willing to work with them in a bipartisan way to get things done. We see bipartisan support.
She said we got to get this. There's a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. Again, SPY is now back above VWAP. Not too bad. EW is a trip. We made a play on there. They had phase 3, 5-year data. They dropped down. This was just a huge block sale that came in here. And now you're moved up. But other than that, couple of headlines, a lot of talk on the Israel-Palestine situation. I think we're going to get a little bit more there. But while they were talking, I was pooping. And then I also did some work for you. Who believes in some earnings previews right now? Are you guys down? Would you like some earnings previews? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. About 3 this afternoon, and then 3 for tomorrow morning. However, there is already earnings previews that exist. So Microsoft, Google, Snapchat, I have already gone over those on the watch list because they're a little bit more extensive. And what I mean by that is that some of the previews I'm going to be showing you, it's giving you the company guidance. However, if the analyst guidance is not listed, that means it is volatile and subject to change, meaning it could have already moved higher or lower. So there was a couple of instances, Microsoft, none of the analysts and expectations, everything, there's like small gaps playing in the range. Google analysts are a little bit higher than where the numbers currently stand. And then Snapchat, some numbers are positive, but people have rose them up. So if you want the other 3 earnings previews, go to the watch list. The second link in the description, okay? I don't know how to get there. Oh, that's me. That's me talking. Wow. Yeah, you go here. Look at that. You go right here. YouTubechannel.com. All right, lady. Oh, that's me again. And then you're going to skip over to here about, let's see, how many minutes? How many minutes in? About 7:20? 7:06, 7:05, 7... Oh, no. Hold on. I don't even know what I'm looking at. I need to get you this. You want to go like 7:40, 7:37. So that's Microsoft. And then I go over the Google ones. And where's the Google? I even go over the play that I have too. So I'm still holding those. But again, certain metrics could be altered, or in the sense that the company outlines it, but analysts have moved higher or lower leading into it. And again, some of it's very subtle. So like I was trying to do this for you yesterday. It's just like it takes some time to actually like find it a little bit and like get up to date with it. So that's all you got to watch out for. You know what I'm saying? That's the only issue if we do run into an issue. But if you want Snapchat, Microsoft, Google, the big ones, go watch those. I'll give you it takes like 5 minutes there. So we'll get into the earnings previews in 5 minutes. Give you enough time to catch yourself up, see what the market's doing here. But I got Visa on the way. We're going to go over Visa. Then I have Boeing, Teladoc, T-Mobile, Boeing's in the morning. Which one's after hour? Texas Instruments. Which one's this one? Boeing again, T-Mobile, and then Hilton for travel. Okay, sound good? Sound good. And the SPY is going back up, my friends. Yes, welcome back. Welcome back. Again, I think the SPY is... Whoa. You're green by 0.6. I guess that's word to the gap up, but that 42.30 was indeed a nice level to move off of. It's kind of just like... We spent yesterday from euro close to here. Euro close to euro close has pretty much been the same price. We've just stayed stagnant with things moving back and forth. Oh, you want IMAX? You know, Marshall, since you brought up IMAX beforehand, I would love to go over IMAX. You know, you brought that one up yesterday, so and you were telling me how bullish you were about it, so like, fuck yeah. I'm down. I love to see you. You were tracking it. You know what I'm saying? The least I could do is get you a preview, my brother. I got that for you. Hold up. It's queued up, baby. That's before we got to wait till the end. Is that okay if I wait till the end though? I don't know if that's good enough. We'll add you to the main slate here, but because usually IMAX, I don't think he ever go. I don't even think, did he show up on the picture? I don't even know if he showed up on the picture, but we'll see. Give the time for those who need to watch the watch list to go watch it. Second link. I don't know. I don't know, but that's if I didn't even copy it. So yeah, you got to figure that out. Yeah, they left him out, bro. That's cold. Are you sure it reports tomorrow? Yeah, October. I have it. No, what am I saying? It says October 25th before open. Yeah. You have 8 to 10 estimates on EPS and then 3 to 6 on the segments. So you got like about 10 analysts, 8 to 10 analysts covering the stock, with like 3 out of 6 going very deep in terms of their coverage. The link, it's the second link in the description. I thought y'all would have been able to figure that out. I honestly thought I was gonna copy it, but I didn't. So maybe that's my fault. I love. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I hope. Oh, wait, I got quiet. Like that's mean, but I really love the what's it called? I love the thumbnail yesterday. The thumbnail really. It's like at 7:30 for it. Again, I'm giving you guys like you have like 1 or 2 minutes now, and then we'll get into it. But yeah. SPY, it's kind of crazy because again, I mean, we're still like at the gulag. I don't know how I feel about this, but it's just from euro close to euro close, we've been the same price. It feels, or no, we actually are, but it's just again 20 points down. You're looking at the abyss. 20 points up. You're still like not even recapturing the last 3 days of declines. So very, very wild one. Very, very wild one when it's all said and done. Support looks good. I mean, we'll see. I mean, bonds are the only thing. Who's your problem? You should know. The only problem child of the day is the dollar. That's it. That's the only thing. And it was off of the euro weakness early on, but like borderline. This is the dollar's the only thing that's looking bad. Again, once again, you had rally on bonds yesterday. You sold off a little bit of it, but you're back up to that high there. And then the market's, just doing its thing. But market was an underperformer. China names are still ripping. Let's see. Netflix 2, Snap to 12. Snapchatty. What was the other one? Netflix. Hawkeye. Yeah, Netflix was doing better. And still 415, 411 is pretty good. But let's see. EW is after hours earnings. So we actually have time coming into tomorrow. You'll get probably analysts who are update. Again, it was a big sell order that dumped it, but I don't think it was that bad. And they're already down 23.7% coming into the quarter. So, I mean, it's literally their October low. They got earnings tomorrow, but I mean, I didn't want to immediately sell out. I only wanted to flip. I'm still down like $400, 200 shares at 71.79. But, all right, you guys ready? I think it's time. You're above VWAP. Market looking a little decent. NASDAQ just under 1% again, 0.75%. SPY 0.6, Dow 0.6, and then Russell 0.75. ARM took off. Yeah, ARM did good. Back-to-back, dude. Another 5. Still has a long way to go. Again, a lot of the IPOs were just on the money day. Weed stocks moving up. MSOS. See, boy. No, weed went to the July levels. Yeah, someone was asking about weed actually came down a little bit. If you want to play any of the headlines, I don't think it's too bad. That's back to their October lows. Yeah, was that you asked me earlier about it? It's not bad. Honestly, if you wanted to start getting ready for these election plays, I mean, obviously it comes down lower, but that's a pretty good dip off of it. There's still premium, but it's not like weed wasn't running at the beginning of the year. So, like, this is where, but there's still, like, I mean, $1.50 lower. SPY's still holding up. J's going up. A little red on the bonds. You have not seen that one in a while. Stellantis announces 525 additional layoffs. Yeah, I think it was early. Was that the Michigan plant, I think? Or was it Chrysler? Biden spoke today with Crown Prince, White House says. They said ceasefire. Ceasefire, baby. All righty. Let's get to our earnings previews. We're going to make them quick. I'm not going to go over any of the like segment data. So, and that's the thing. For the big ones, that's what I did on the watch list. And because, I mean, we're going to pick those apart. The really big earnings, the segments are very important. So some of these names, I don't know how you're going to have to feel about it. You know what I'm saying? But We will see, but this one is for Visa. They are today after hours, besides Microsoft, Snapchat, and Google. Visa is expected to do, or the company has guided, $8.57 billion. Operating expenses are $2.85 billion. Non-GAAP operating margin 67%. EPS of $2.25. Visa is down 0.5% since last close. S&P is down 5.5, and XLF is down 6.3. Near-term options imply a 4% move. Last 4 quarters of earnings, the latest one, they dropped 1. Earnings before that, drop 1, then gain of 3, then gain of 5. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters, with EPS beating 19 of the last 20 quarters, with 1 in line. So that is young Visa. Visa. You know, at one point, I'll tell you a funny story. My parents were explaining to me when they first got to America. They were explaining to me their visa and some of that process and how it went down. And like for the longest time, I thought they were just talking about getting a credit card. You know, I was very young. I won't tell you how old I was. I could have been like 3 to 10 to 12 to 20. I don't know how old, but either way, I thought I'd mention that with you. That's a little fun fact. You know, get to share some of myself with you while we go over earnings. One of my favorite times in the stock market, by the way. Ariana Salina, my visa. I tried that with my girl. She got really mad because she knows I used to have a huge crush on Selena. I'm like, damn, okay. Anyways, here's Teladoc. Thankfully, this one still might be, like I'm saying, all of this stuff can change leading into it. But this is Teladoc. This is the company guidance, and then this is where analyst average estimate is at. However, it doesn't account for the analysts in mass that have made any changes or alterations to it. So here it is, Teladoc. They have revenue expected by analysts to be 664. Company guided 650 to 675. So analysts are right in the middle. Adjusted gross margin 70%. Adjusted EBITDA 76.8 million versus company guidance of 72 to 82. So kind of on the lower end. Adjusted EBITDA margin expected to be 11.6 versus 11.1 to 12.1 the company outlined. So that's on the lower end. EPS loss of 37 cents. Company guided 50 to a loss of 40. So just a little bit better than expected on the lower end is where analysts think they're going to do. Integrated members expected to be 86.1 million members. Better health paying users, 483,000. Chronic care members, 1 million. And total visits, 4.84 million. So if you take the looks of it, analysts expect them to come in on the lower end of guidance, but they do think Teladoc is going to do good on EPS. That's what you could see based on where analysts are sitting at versus what the company has guided. Fourth quarter guidance expected to be $687 million, adjusted gross margin 70.8, adjusted EBITDA $109.2 million, adjusted EBITDA margin of 15.9% on an EPS loss of 18 cents, with 86.37 U.S. integrated care members, 494.9 thousand better help paying members, 1.13 chronic members, and 4.9 million total visits. Full year guidance, loss of $1.60 to $1.25, revenue of $2.6 to $2.675 billion, adjusted EBITDA of $300 to $325 million, and then U.S. integrated care members at 86 million flat. Price history since last close, drop of 19.5%. S&P down 5.4, XLV down 5%. Near-term options imply a 14% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 27, gain of 6, a loss of 7, and then gain of 6. Revenue has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 9 of the last 20 quarters, 2 in line. Short interest is 15%. Forward quarter revenue guidance has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter EPS guidance has beaten 2 of the last 18 quarters with 2 in line. Wow. Teladoc, bro. Teladoc. And then the final one as part of the second string. Again, these are not Google, Snapchat, Microsoft. This was Visa. Who was the other one? Teladoc. And now we have Texas Instruments. Texas Instruments analysts expect guidance to be 4.5 versus company issued 4.36 to 4.74. Analysts are right in the middle. Gross margin expected by the company 62.6, operating margin 42.1, EPS analysts expect 1.81 versus guidance of 1.68 versus 1.92. So leaning towards the higher end in terms of EPS. Revenue for next quarter expected to be 4.5 billion. Gross margin 62.6%, operating margin 41.6% on an EPS of $1.76. Since last close, July 25th, Texas Instruments is down 18.4%, S&P is down 5.5%, and XLK is down 6%. Near-term options imply a 5.3% move. Last 4 quarter moves, loss of 5, loss of 3, loss of 1, loss of 3. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter revenue guidance has beaten 7 of the last 20. And forward quarter EPS guidance has beaten 10 of the last 20. Wow. That is for Texas Instruments. So a little bit of the chip news. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of the chip news. Ooh. And then you now have your boy for the morning. I got Boeing for you. I got a Boeing. Do you like a Boeing? If you like a Boeing, I have Boeing. It's your boy. Revenue expected to come in at 18. So I don't even have analyst numbers. So who knows where this could be at? But company given guidance 18.06 billion. Commercial airlines. Screw that. We don't need the segments. I'm leaving that to you. Operating margin gap. Is that a loss? Yeah, that's a loss. Unless is parentheses gap. I'm pretty sure it's saying a loss operating margin of 2.3%. Commercial airplanes, loss of 9%. Defense and space security, loss of 7.3%. And then global services and support, gain of 16.5%. Full year guidance of December, OCF expected to be at 4.5 to 6.5 billion, and then free cash flow 3 to 5 billion. Price history since last close, Boeing is down 14.6, S&P is down 6.3, and XLI is down 9.1. Near-term options imply a 5.8% move. Last 4 quarter percent moves, gain of 9, loss of 0, and then loss of 9. So pretty much break even after the year. Revenue has beaten 10 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten consensus 6 of the last 20 quarters. Wow. So there it is, Chad. That is your boy Boeing. It's your boy. I don't know why I like saying that so much. Yeah, EW, I'm back to break even now, or like down $20. So that one came back up. Let's do more previews. T-Mobile. So T-Mobile, again, these are for the morning. Please don't get it twisted. We've gone over all previews for yesterday or for tonight, okay? So keep that in mind. But T-Mobile for the morning, the revenue expected to come in at 19.3 billion, adjusted EBITDA of 7.43 billion, EPS $1.70, cash from operations 4.78 billion, capex 2.14 billion, free cash flow 3.87 billion, and total net adds of 1.46 million. That's the amount of subscribers. Average revenue per user, postpaid phone 48.9, prepaid 38.1. Full year guidance. Let's see. Post net customer additions 5. This is big for them too. Don't forget that is a huge deal for them. Where is it? 5.6 to 5.9 million. Merger synergies, $7.5 billion. Merger-related costs, $1 billion. Net cash provided by operating activities, $18 billion to 18.3. Capital expenditures, $9.5 to 9.7 billion. And then adjusted free cash flow of $13.2 to 13.6. Since last close, T-Mobile is trading, since last quarter, down 1.5. S&P down 5.7. Communications actually barely down. Near-term options imply a 4% move. Last 4 earnings have moved 1% gain, loss of 4, gain of 1, gain of 7. Revenue has beaten 9 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. Yeah, EW, right? I told you, we came right back to positive, and then it got flushed by another wicked candle. I don't know if you're getting updates. What is it? We got two more. I'm playing Microsoft both ways, and then I have Meta plays and then Intel. But I'm not playing Snap or Google, I don't think. I have EW for tomorrow now. And then I'm still in RTX. That one was a good one, but that's about it for now. Let me see. I'm still holding RTX, yes. Yeah, Google analysts are bullish on it too. So again, our analysts have raised into Google. That's the only issue with it. And then they're up 11% since the last quarter. I mean, not many things are like that, actually. So, but then again, I do think they were weaker coming into it. So this is for Hilton in the morning. Why I'm bringing this one up, because think about travel for tomorrow. It's one thing with airlines, but again, Hilton will give you the first insight here into some of the lodging. But revenue is expected to be $2.62 billion, EBITDA of $807 million versus guidance of $790 to $810. So analysts think that Hilton is going to be on the higher end with EPS at 166 versus guidance of 160 to 165. So analysts think EPS and EBITDA will all come in on the higher end than not. Full year guidance expects system-wide revenue PARs 10 to 12% on a comparable and currency neutral basis. EPS 5.93 to 606 excluding items. Adjusted EBITDA 2.97 billion versus to 3.02 billion. Adjusted net income 1.3 billion to 1.4 billion. Capital return 2.4 to 2.6 billion. General and administration expenses 390 to 410. Net unit growth is expected to be approximately 5%. Since last close, Hilton is down by 0.5, S&P down 6.3, and then XLY is down by 10.3. Near-term options imply a 7% move. That's huge for Hilton. Last 4 quarters, loss of 1, loss of 3, gain of 2, and then break even. Revenue has beaten 11 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 15 of the last quarters with 2 in line. Yo, why is Hilton pricing in 7%? There's no way. I think it's because they don't have short-term options. There's no way to price it in. Yeah, that's $10. Yeah, there's no fucking way. That's actually, you just learned something there. That just shows you about there's no short-term options. There's no way to price in the earnings for tomorrow morning. So you are, by default, you have to price in the earnings in the next 2 weeks after. You have to play Snap. It's your child. Oh shit! I didn't think about that. I was planning on being a deadbeat. You know what I'm saying? I really thought we could get away with that. We'll see. Oh, we need to do IMAX. We'll see. Okay. And now for your boy Marshall, the man, the myth, the legend. We have IMAX earnings. Is Marshall here? Because I need a Marshall check. Because, yeah, thank God you're here, bro. I was like, there's no point. I'm not going to do it if you ain't even in here. That would have been awful if you didn't make it. But, yeah, IMAX is the last one. Again, and hopefully you learn from that little Hilton lesson. If the options don't have weekly options, which I thought everything had a daily, you can't price it in. That's the dilemma. So IMAX revenue, again, I don't have analyst numbers and where they're at, but like I said, it's like 6 to 8, I believe, are covering this. Or no, it's 8 to 10, and then 3 to 6 on the actual bigger metrics. But revenue, $98.5 million. Content Solutions, $37.2. Gross profit expected to be $52.2 million. Adjusted EBITDA of $31.8 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin of 32.6, and EPS of 20 cents. Full year guidance, global box office and IMAX, $1.1 billion approximately. Adjusted EBITDA margin of the mid 30%. Installations, 110 to 130. Since last close, IMAX is up 3.7. Kind of surprising. Again, they're in their own little category there. S&P down 6.3 and XLK down 5.3. Near-term options imply a 10.5% move. Last 4 quarter percent moves. Gain of 8, gain of 5, gain of 8, gain of 0. So a whole year of just ripping off of earnings. And revenue has beaten consensus 15 of the last 20 quarters, and with EPS beating 13 of the last 20 with 1 in line. Your math is correct, 4%. I mean, how did you get it? So my preview says 8%, which doesn't seem correct. But then again, there's no Hilton short-term options. So, I mean, I don't even, you would have to extrapolate the value, but I don't know, man. How did you come to that number? I'm curious. We're about to blow out that EPS. I mean, a revenue beat would be good too, but yeah, IMAX has been like on a tear, low-key. So again, I mean, their last 12 earnings, they've been up still holding on the year, but they've been doing good. That was for IMAX. And then Hilton, HLT, that's the other one. Termi says implied move 3.6. Yeah, that's weird though. It's all an extrapolation though. I think it's all based off of the assuming what the value of a short term would be. That's a trip. You don't really see that too often. Because usually the earnings aligns with like when they report. So like the expirations are like around there. And SPY's working its way up still. Or? Again, bonds, TLT just hit a high there. So that's working its way up. Very interesting. EW came back on that. I mean, definitely not as bad as this morning. My goodness. Yeah, TLT. I don't want to call it rocketing, but this is good to string it together. But unfortunately, like I've told you these last couple of days, I mean, we're not going to be able to make a judgment on bonds till this really works itself out. We need to get. I could tell you what happened on Monday. We'll find out from there. But we need good signs of bond stability. But even then, even if it looks stable by Friday, that Monday is going to be the real question now. So bonds, TLT's hitting a new high. Dollar is just still a problem. PCAR's up. So again, PCAR earnings beat, sold off randomly during their call, and now they're running right back up. And then CART is coming back up here too. And Netflix going up good. So then just really even Microsoft, everything has that little, I wouldn't even call it, it's like a weird U shape. I don't even know. But then all of the earnings are kind of getting ready, some more than others. Yeah, what's good, Stefan? How you living, bro? How you living, man? How you living? I've been going over other stuff every time, and then I'm like midway sentence, and I see another one of your messages, bro. You've been like, yo, you got NFTs, Josh. I need Philo, Josh, TLT, COVID play. What's going on, bro? How you living, man? What are you thinking about right now? What's going on, bro? What's going on? What's on your mind? What's on your mind, Stefan? My man, Habibi, Zayak. I'm hype. You hype, baby? That's good, man. I hope you're hype. I hope you've but what are you thinking about, man? You all over the place. That's why I'm like, what you got on mind? Like, what's inspiring everything from NFTs to philo to COVID and bonds? What you been thinking about lately? You played snap earnings, calls and puts, and I got clapped. Scared to play it. I'm waiting you for the call the next play. Honestly, bro, like even then, I don't know. You guys want to try? I'll try it for like example sake. But, like, I may just, like, let me give you the headlines, bro. And I'll tell you if I'll play it or not, but, like, I won't play it. Because if I play it, I feel like you're going to get clapped. I could call out the headline for you very quick. I'll tell you. But I'll try it for, like, a week. Maybe we'll start it next week. I need to get through earnings, though. That's the thing. I like my earnings. I'm playing my earnings. Fuck you. I'll give a shit. It's earnings season, baby. Outlook, no, people keep asking me about that one, but just again, I don't even think anything's scheduled for this year. LT, oh shit, should we call him? We could, but like, I don't know, man. Maybe I don't want to. Last time it didn't really work out too well, did it? Remember last? I think the LT earnings trend ended last time. I don't know. Alpine, Bior on the low. Is that the one? Biora? No, these all sound the same. Bonds are still working up, or they're trying to at least. Go with the AW. It's 100% crapshoot. I like mine, but like, I mean, so far, clapped on UAL. We hit on RTX. Netflix was actually a hit still. And then, but even then, though, the prices haven't really like moved that good, unfortunately. But then there has been, again, UAL was an instant 10% down. So I feel, and in general, I mean, like that liquidity, the fact that the drain is still open. I mean, right now, there's still a lot of uncertainty, so I don't know. I mean, nothing is safe. Again, yeah, all of them I had already. So the one that I added new, I lost on. RTX, Netflix, I already held prior for other reasons and decided to hold through, and both of those won. Netflix until, I mean, who knows if Microsoft and Google shouldn't affect it. Maybe Google with ads, but for the most part, I mean, remember, we've gotten earnings, but like we are still, remember, Apple is next week. So after we have all the big dogs, you know, we kind of move weird. And then once the big dogs all have reported, we kind of just do our thing. T-Mobile, they're honestly not a bad company. Even after looking at their preview and metrics, like they're really not bad. And surprisingly, communications, I think it's because of you have to look at like an equal weighted index or something, because communications did not move in the last quarter. They're actually one of the best performers, but Meta sadly falls into that. Qualcomm says Snapdragon can outperform Intel and Apple. Okay, NVIDIA's on the high. Are they reacting to that? Qualcomm. Yeah, Qualcomm's popping off of that. Yo, Qualcomm's getting a boost off of that. Interesting. So they're like, we the best. And then the stock's moving. So we'll see. Again, couple of news pops here today. A couple have had follow through, but way less than the last couple of days. But see. QuantumScape. I've heard about them. Yeah, QuantumScape. What is that? A Zscaler, right? I think I call it Zscaler, but I think it's QuantumScape. Do they have earnings? Oh, I forgot that Bud news with TKO. Again, did they pay the UFC or did they get paid? But Bud is working up a little bit. China, because of is that, and they announced stimulus. They announced like $130 billion, I believe. And then they announced stuff the day before, and another fucking bank just defaulted, or the Country Garden. And then pretty much, that signed by Xi Jinping is a lot of support. And then not to mention they like actually put money into the system. It was like $130 billion so that they could buy China ETFs in China. Oil is on the high right now. What's going? Is there natural gas numbers? And then remember, energy had a shitty day today. And we're still kind of, everything's up 3. Everything is like magically up almost exactly the same. Look at this. 0.74 SPY, 0.77 Dow, 0.77 Russell, and then 0.84 on the NASDAQ. FRBN. Fribben. Looks very illiquid, but yeah, 86%. Bonds are at 85 now, so almost another 1%. This is starting to, it's turned into something small, but I mean, 2 1% days in a row would be good for the most part. Slightly higher than where we're at the high, but again, the dollar is not involved in any of this. That's still the wildest part here. But I do blame the euro. Remember, their soft data today caused that. Wheat stocks, I don't know, but it could be maybe legislation stuff. Or just getting closer on the calendar. The dollar, again, off the morning, it was already up. Your soft data in Europe caused the weakness there, and that brought up the dollar. Our yen was good. Check the yen relative to bonds. So pretty much if the yen, but even the yen is actually getting weaker. So that's also contributing as well. But at one point, the yen was up in the morning today. That was helping somewhat. It's still like the same price, but for the most part, that could have been better. But it's not like we're reacting to the dollar getting stronger besides just more weakness there. Qualcomm's still going. So that one's having a lot more follow through there. Or at least even first. It's only 1.3, but you're at least continuing that calendar trend. Or the trend on the chart. 130 for the population. That's 87 for... They're not like giving stimulus. They're literally just giving the money to buy stocks to support the economy, like the stock market. So China, they don't give stimulus. They're actually very opposed to it. Xi Jinping is like, he hates stimulus. He thinks stimulus is one of the worst. He doesn't even want to discuss it. He gets very bothered. You'll get banned in China if you talk about it. It's a very, very, don't bring that up there. But they're talking about like supporting with capital for stocks. How based, honestly. That's funny. You get banned if you talk about Winnie the Pooh. That is true. Very true. Puts either clapped or covered. I go with clapped. Anything. Even then, again, these earnings moves, wicked moves down, wicked move up. Like, I mean, we saw it already on Meta yesterday. Even today, though, just it's going to clap some of those earnings. I was even looking at RTX earnings to see how to play that in the morning, if I wanted to get out, if I wanted to protect it. It's all of the options, bro. Just 7 hours of this, especially with the hype revolving earnings and how people's attitudes are quickly changing. I mean, it's leaving a mark somewhere. There's Qualcomm down now after like 4 or 5 minutes of that. Dollar came down a little bit. Bonds are still going. Let me check. 10-year looks this. Actually, 10-year don't even look the same. So the 30-year is running a little bit more. That makes so much more sense. There you go. That's so the 30-year is the only thing recovering today. Yeah. We got to look at the rest of the curve. Because 10-year is not like ripping like that. So again, I think if anything, you got more residual effects from long expectations calming down here. But still overall, but you don't see, it's not the same dramatic 1% move. The 10-year is just borderline staying. We need the 10-year lower. So honestly, that's where some of your tension, besides the dollar, is fact. You're back at the 483 is good. So we need to get it like 4.8. That's where we're at in the morning. This was actually really good in the morning, but you want the 10-year at least below that other high we were talking about. You're below it now barely, but 4.8. 4.8 looks, you start testing that other high here, and then we could start getting back to 4.7 to 4.5. Check EW. It came back up. I mean, right, I hit break even, and then it literally took another giant sell order and brought it down $2 in one candle. So I'm still in it, but like I said, they have earnings tomorrow. I think the news was good. You should watch MDT and Abbott go down off of it, but they kind of held up. But I'm surprised they're still down. So, and then earnings too. I mean, the stock is down 30%. There's upside. I'm kind of down to play it low key, but if I could get out by tomorrow, I'm also down with that, assuming I really did think it was going to have a good phase 3 reaction there. The yen's trying to come up a little bit, but he still look like, The yield curve, I think it inverted. Or no. It uninverted last October too a little bit. And then we chilled out. And then by the beginning of the year, SVB, we uninverted. Or we went, more disinversion, I guess. And then it started developing. I'm in Microsoft. That play was from yesterday if you watch the watch list. And then I added EW today. That was the only trade I took. Right now, the curve, it's like it was yesterday, moving up a little bit. Like you're still under a quarter basis point from uninverting now. Or I guess it moved there in the last couple of... Now you're back to 0.27, which is better than not. But like that 10 basis points is big. That's, again, every bounce we've had starts with like a 10 basis point drop on the 10-year usually. And things calming down. The MetaQuest has gotten great reviews. Great reviews so far. We'll talk about that here in a sec related to, I'm sure maybe even tomorrow too. But again, last October, you had like inversion leading into it. And then as you kind of like started to collapse, we uninverted and then it inverted once we bounced again. And then beginning of the year, you had some uninversion. Then we bounced, you inverted again. And then problem, we uninverted. And then we bounced. And then now we're uninverting problem, but we don't really know what it is yet. But if we start inverting again, then you'll probably get your bounce. NVIDIA running a little green shoot on the market now. We went over Boeing earnings. I mean, they're break even. I think at some point, like again, it's gain, miss, gain, miss, gain, miss. That's how their earnings are, and they just stay at the same price. But I do think the numbers are lower. At least they have a commercial unit. That's what was good for your boy. Why does it say TLT? Oh, that was 100 highs. I was tripping. Like, why does it say TLT at 100? But yeah, the questing, that's one I've seen a lot of good things about it, or just I've at least just seen viral videos and just people reviewing them and people actually liking it. It's so weird. I don't know if it's a marketing campaign or if it's organic. That's the thing. It does seem organic, but people really do like that. Raul. Okay, bonds are taking this. If the 10-year, I think 30-year is going to do its thing. Keep your eye on the 10-year. Like I'm telling you, if we could get below 4.8 and then 4.77 and 7.5 and start work, if the 10-year could calm down, that's going to invert the curve again, and I think the market will like it, like we were just showing there. But I do think the 10-year now, that's the one not moving like the 30-year is the only thing moving today. Boeing. That video? No, I haven't. What day is it? Tuesday? I listened to something though in the car. What did I put on? I think I was listening to I think I put on a TD Jakes. I haven't listened to him in a minute. Yeah, bro. I'm awful. I need to get it I need to put it on my computer. Because it's on my phone, bro. There it is. All right. I'm going to put it on fucking my YouTube. Oh, sorry. That's what I said. I gotta load it up, bro. I gotta load it up. Gotta get it on there. BDRX granted patent. GLWXJ. What's up with all these single stock tickers moving up? Single letter tickers. AWK. Apple's on the high. That's interesting. Da-dum. UFC and Anheuser-Busch announced multi-year partnership. It was from a video. I was loading up the video he told me to watch. Save doing it again? We had no idea what happened with Save. And then TLT, I think the 10-year, that looks more, reminiscent if we're going to hit a high or not. And then what time is it? 12:14. We only got 45 minutes left, Chad. Oh, does the time fly when you're having fun or what? Huh, Chad? Oh, another day. This is either going to be last year bullshit, 2 years, or this is going to be 2018, dog. That shit hella look like 2018 looking at that chart. I hate 2018 if you don't know that. 2018, that's where y'all be on some bullshit sometimes. Yeah, bro, this hella looking like 2018, though. So you have till end of October, and then we'll find out. But you're going to spend half the month ripping, bound. If you do that, it's both good and bad. But you got to realize, October, you had the big drop. But then you do this for 2-3 months into the end of the year. It's hideous. Shout out Alan the Guzman. What's up, baby? You listening every day? YouTube.com/the stock market. For real? Y'all putting in the work? Well, let's go, man. Sergio and Alan, God bless you. Why is it the Guzman? Why do they call you the Guzman? Why they gave you the? That's what's up, man. You better like the video, though. Don't let your homie play you right there. You better like the video, man. Like what? The Qualcomm news slept on. I mean, it was their own. It might run. If that's the case, what happened anytime those plays were slept on? Go look to stake the chain, my brother. So I don't know. If there's some headline news, you know what I'm saying? And like people ain't playing it. Some of you, it may bid thee to go see if you could snake the chain. If that was the case. Let's see. Oh, wow. The next week earnings are insane. This week options are cheap. I feel like they're going to find a way to scam it. NVIDIA, AMD are running. Okay, screw it. I'm doing it. I'm going to try to snake the chain. They went 100%, then came back down. I'm grabbing a weekly on Qualcomm. I'm only spending $20, though. $28 total. No Snapchat calls. Snapchat prices in too much every time. I would kind of be down to sell premium on Snap. All right. I did go for the Qualcomm. I grabbed one of the weeklies. I spent $14 a pop, grabbed two of them. Not a recommendation. You'll lose money. So, and I'm thinking just because there's earnings too. So this shit's pinned. You have earnings in the next couple of, I think it's going to be next week or so, but you have AMD or you have Intel and all those other ones. So if you could get a lead up into it, maybe, and then if anything of that news has follow up, if that goes crazy, I'm down with it. Selling puts. I'm Microsoft, I don't know. Microsoft is pricing in the least, and it's kind of borderline, like analysts are all pinned like right in the middle of it, and then they have a cloud space that could do really good or really bad for them, and then they also have a hardware component. So that's the issue. So I'm both ways on Microsoft. We did $100 both ways or so. I think I'm in at like 220 total. And then just playing two standard deviations if there's a miss or not. A miss or beat. Hey, what's up, Trevor? Yeah, Powell speaks tomorrow. Is it at 4? Oh, it is 1:35, huh? Yeah, it was 1:35 my time. I thought it was Eastern. So it is going to be after hours. Grab the Qualcomm. We'll see. I mean, that was less like the other time that happened. Remember, it was like the Okta stuff. It was like bad news, and it hit. This case is just them saying a comment. Maybe it leads to something, maybe it doesn't. But worst case, you have a backup earnings play if there's any sort of spark. Totally fake dip. No, I mean, whatever it is, the market still has things to figure out. I think it's the 10-year. 30-year we're easing up, but that 10-year and everywhere else, I mean, nothing has gotten noticeably better, not to mention the dollar kind of messing with us. But, like, we've been at this range. This is like the euro close price of yesterday, and it's like the last 3 days. You're not recovering this little drop from Friday. It's actually wild if you think about it. So all of the progress and sell-off you've made since that moment, I mean, it's meaningless because you're not really getting out of this. And again, we've had earnings. Most, there's been a couple of good standouts, but most of them did do a lot worse than pretty much any other earnings season we've had. But it's not as if you would think that the market wouldn't be trapped so hard. We're making another move. So SPY's still holding green. Look into the Puet's crash window. I saw it briefly when you brought it up, but it's just like pretty much if there's like a lunar eclipse and a solar eclipse, the stock market crashes. We're like all within a week of each other or some shit. I mean, you tell me the interpretation you got out of it, but I did read about it briefly. That's ridiculous stuff. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not really sold on it, to say the least. RTX puts, maybe to protect it, but even then, the puts are still expensive. It's not like you're really getting too good of a deal. FRBG or FRBN on the high. You guys called that one earlier. Fribbin. Look at this. Now it's up 173. This looked like one of those super illiquid play IPOs, but this says it's a SPAC. NCR Atleo CO recent networks and agrees has seen strong results. Majority of Atleo's revenue outside of US. Who's NCR? NCR Atleos? It was Atleos. I don't know if it's publicly traded. Nope. Puts on RTX expensive ought to tell you something. It just depends where you look. So, I mean, I'm saying expensive in terms of like going back to where we bought the stock at. It doesn't make sense to insure it. But I think they've all dropped like 90%. So like the same at the money put, I mean, yesterday was going for $380 to $315. NATL, there it is. So that's the headline, I was going to say. And VYX. Nattle. Yeah, they had a little wick, then came down. Yeah, and that was this headline right here. Yeah, I would say I'm looking at the RTX. Maybe we could, because if we could either do that or ghetto spread it, or you could just sell an option, turn it into a spread. But that you either keep riding, take profits, or you could buy a put to protect. But stock's going down now. All those puts just wake up. Oh, so this is the Poitz window. There's a set of rules. It's basically 2-week periods in a year of the solar eclipse and lunar eclipse, plus 3 days. Don't tell me when the market's going to crash on the lunar, but why?
Shit! You're fucking up!
Watch this.
Ultimate goal is...
Geez, up 100% in 12 months? Yeah. Again, they've had, I think it's all literally from that last October earnings. They had that rocket ship. Mercury's in Gatorade. I mean, I've seen a lot when Mercury go into Gatorade. People be acting hella crazy sometimes. It's because of the algorithm selling. What are we talking about now? So the algorithms sell because of the moon. They're gonna sell, but why? I'm like a child. Like again, I'm asking. I'm trying to understand because what I read on it was just saying like it doesn't occur often, but I wasn't really like following. Meta doesn't have to. Meta's going to wait till earnings no matter what, but definitely whatever happens with Google and the advertising revenue, that could really factor into Meta. There's an article on it. They said it happened in 2013 and 2020 or 2020. In 2013, there was the little lunar thing, and the market didn't crash. Yeah, man. I don't get it. It doesn't seem like it's just like lunar patterns, but it doesn't like. I thought it'd be like a fun fact, like maybe it links to something, So Stephen Poitz has studied market cycles under his works. The analysis of cycles triggered by lunar and solar eclipses. The Poitz window opens after the first full moon following a solar eclipse, and then there's also a lunar eclipse. And then does that sound complicated? And then it shows what happened in 1987. After a solar eclipse, there was a full moon and lunar eclipse, then the market crashed. I suspect the astrological pattern was fitted to the historical data. It was determined that the astrological pattern was present in 8 major markets in the past, including Tulip Mania. But in some other crashes, it was not present. But in all 8, it was. Other times, it was present, and then nothing happened. So it doesn't mean you have to crash even on the same respect. Or as the Twitter meme goes, 60% of the time, it works every time. So, yeah. So, like, there's been crashes where that set of rules has been met, but also there's been times the window is open and nothing happened. But, like, it's literally, that's as deep as it goes. Disney, RBC. Oh, Lyft is up again? I was looking at that one in the morning. Yeah, that one's actually hitting. Where's the other one? It was like Overstock. And then SPY's working its way up. Yeah, Overstock's just chilling. IMAX was an interesting one. I'll wait till after earnings. And then we got Young Eel. Square and PayPal were up earlier. A GTX 6 trailer won't be releasing today. We got baited again. That sucks. That would have been... I wanted to see it, man. Again, there's a lot of hype coming into it. RTX. Sounds like astrology voodoo. Yeah, but like sometimes the astrology voodoo, like they tell you more info. They were just like, so then there's going to be a solar eclipse and then a full moon lunar eclipse and then it's gone. What? Why? Why? Because the lunar eclipse was then a solar eclipse. Like at least they'll be like, you were born into an era where you'll feel your spirit and you're going to accomplish many things because November is the month of turkeys. So they at least get like a horoscope gives you something a little bit more than that. That one was like, now I'm like hella suspect of the full moon and the non-full moon shit. I'm like, wait a minute. Born into it. You know what I'm saying. It's just different. Nvidia's hitting a new high. My goodness. CART still going up. I mean, that's it. You need one of these 7 to 9% days, and then hopefully it actually holds. That's what happened on the last bounce. Literally, every time the rates come down and we calm down, CART pops. And then if we don't really chill out, it comes right back down. What a wild time. What was the other one? TLT again. Look at the 10-year. That's starting to move down. Like I'm saying, if 10-year goes down, every tick below like 4.8 going lower and lower is better news, better cushion than not. So let's see. Be flat up 15. A lot of things are good today, and even like a majority were green. I think we may have gotten back to that. I mean, we only got 30 minutes, 27 minutes left, but let's see the breakdown now. Dow, 6 names red, other 16 or 24 are green. NASDAQ 100, 20 names in the red, 81 names in the green again. And then I think we're back to S&P, more than 100. 143 names red on SPY. I think the oil names are a little weaker. And then gainers 360. Qualcomm unveils Snapdragon PC chip at event in Hawaii. Snapdragon X chip can outperform Intel. So that's where that's from. I didn't know they were having a meeting. So there's a product presentation in Hawaii for Qualcomm. There's EQT. Qualcomm. Yeah, I didn't know there was an event. All right. I only got 30 minutes. I'm going to go to the bathroom. If they allow me to. We got to deal with that. We're good. All right. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. See you in a little bit. God bless you. Good morning. Good evening. Good night. Get ready for earnings. We're going to be here after the bell with all of them. All of them. Ready to go.
And have them stick without losing a lot of customers. And that to me is a sign of like impact where there's a dependency and an increased value that's being provided to each of their clients.
But when you look at sort of the market in aggregate and the potential gains that we could see over time, when you look at past cycles, a lot of that seemed to have been driven by growth, revenue growth in those individual names and how that sort of all added up for the S&P as a whole. If that era is behind us, or at least maybe not going to be as pronounced as the previous eras here, does that mean that we should not expect sort of those high single-digit or double-digit % gains that people have gotten used to?
So when we look to 2024, I think that we're going to see moderating pressure on employment, and that is going to allow margin expansion in certain parts of the market. I think it's going to be a tale of two cities, right? For those companies that have competitive advantage, and a lot of the S&P ones do, they're going to be able to press that advantage at this time by using their technology and their information to drive revenues and results. I think you're going to see a lot of services companies benefit as a result of all of those efficiencies. And the industries that you would expect, the lower growth, sort of slower, more aging, lagging industries, are not going to see that benefit. The net of this is that we see earnings up in the S&P 5% next year from where they are now. And we see them up a total of 12% or more to 25. We could be at peak earnings in 2025, and if we were, certainly these stock prices are justified broadly.
And I want to bring bonds into this conversation because obviously it's been hard to have a conversation about the equity market over the past few months without talking about what's going on in yields. I want to talk about the idea of the year of the bond, since that was sort of the rallying cry coming into 2023. And it's been interesting that it feels like we talk mostly about bonds from a price return perspective. But when you think about a 10-year yield at 5%, is that compelling to you?
It's extremely compelling. Let's break this thing down. So first of all, if you take a look at the tips, right, you're getting a 2.5% real yield on top of whatever inflation turns out to be. And that is historically in the 70th percentile of returns. That's very attractive. When we
talk about the bonds and the White House eyes, $50 billion domestic, $100 billion foreign aid package. So that, I think, is part of the original 105 you got in the beginning. And what it sounds like is I'll give you $50 billion for the border if you give us $100 billion for weapons to fight. So yeah, it's coming out now. Or again, that's Washington Post. Well, it's not even, I mean, it's for the border. I mean, so it's not like it's that 50 billion or even if it's 100, I mean, it's for them to literally take care of the crisis that's going. You're not allowed to call it a crisis, though. They call it something else. You got to rebrand it, but whatever's going on down there. That's what it was. Situation. Was it? They said something like that, but whatever the situation is, it's still, because remember, that's what they were arguing about for this house thing. And they're like, we got the border. They're like, give us money for Ukraine. They're like, no. And then they started arguing about it. And then that's like where we got into this whole let's not vote for anybody thing. And then they're like, well, if you vote for the war, then we'll let you guys do what you want with the border. Huh? No? Okay. I think they might go for it. That's why I said at the first, I was like, it's just sad. That's what this has turned into. The politics is just so obvious in everything. You got an ad for Netflix ice cream? Huh? They got an ice cream? I remember they said that. They're trying to do the little, they're trying to create those little, like, diners or whatever. They're going to try to make, like, Netflix in-person places. Would you take profit on accumulating ETFs, or do you still believe in new all-time highs or 24? Are we talking about the long term, or are we talking about a trade? So it depends. Like, why did you make the trade? But if it's long term, I mean, you know my answer. If it's a trade, I mean, as far as hitting highs, that's going to depend upon both how the data plays out and not always long term. Then you know the answer. If you have a house you want to buy, or if there's a business you want to start, maybe the fact that you want to take profits, maybe that's the world naturally showing you, maybe go look for somewhere to put the money. You know what I'm saying? If you have somewhere to put the money, then I'm down with it. I'm down like that. That's a good sign. Again, you're seeing the profits, you're seeing the money. That's literally, and you're like, wow, that's a lot of money, or it's up. Like, think about what you could do with it and find something somewhere to put it. Otherwise, long term, I mean, I would be holding if I don't have any other plan. McKesson, I like them, but I don't know. I think you might be able to do better, and I think they're premium. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you could get something better, but at the same time, like, you know, we were talking Eli Lilly and NVO for a very long time, And we were waiting for a cheaper price, and that never happened. So sometimes those winners are good, but you just got to watch the downside if anything's there. But it's a good name. It's a very good name. Everybody knows about it. It's just high price. Bulls not giving up at all. Again, even bond bulls to IEF now, that's shooting up a little bit more, barely, but all of it's good progress. Because ACC ETFs don't give any drip, market not making, so they just give you the dividend. I mean, if they pay a dividend though? I mean, depending on what ETF you're holding, and you are paying an expense fee. But I mean, when did you make these plays? I mean, these are the things. This is what we say, like, act as if you can't change your mind for 10 years. So you could find 1,000 reasons to sell and move it, and if you really determine that's the best, you will need to. But at the same time, I would, if this was already the plan, I mean, what has changed except for the price? It was accumulating, not giving dividend, but same thing. I mean, it's still, regardless. I think, is there anything you want to buy? Like, is a house in reach and a small investment property? Is there a business you could use the funds for? Otherwise, I mean, you got to really go back to why you made this play then in the beginning. That's just my take. And again, some people don't like the view. Other people will move it around, do a lot of things. And like I'm saying, if you really run through and think about it and feel like you have the need to move, feel free. But like I'm saying, more changes, usually more problems. You're investing with a $30 account. Well, monthly, that shit will add up eventually. And even better, though, that amount makes it where you don't have to deal with this problem. Because if you are trading a smaller account, I would not play the game of selling and trying to rebuy little shit, especially when your account is small, because the goal is we need time to compound and build something, and hopefully we get in on something that could build and you stack up with it versus, here and there. That's what I learned early on trading. That's what I learned when I was very young. TLT, IEF, all the bonds are doing great for now. I keep seeing TLT on the high ticker. Pricing in for Google's. I am not too sure. I think the earnings preview on the watch list has a number. Otherwise, you could run the calculation. To the Netflix, Ahoy is sold at Walmart. What is it? Is it real? Like, is it a Netflix partnership, or did Netflix, they got their own ice cream brand? Again, a lot of names are up right now. 90, again, I'd say 90% of everything else. S&P, though, it did struggle a little bit after the drop, but everything is still doing good. You're up 0.85 SPY, 0.8 Dow, 0.89 Russell, and 1.02 on the NASDAQ. Yeah, is it like Kith Treats? That's what I'm saying. Is it just like rebranded stuff? Like, what are we talking about here, man? It looks like Netflix's own brand? No way. It has to be some white label shit. That's crazy. It's based on Stranger Things. Oh, I never, as somebody who's likes Netflix and all of the content, I never got into Stranger Things. I've tried twice. I've only gotten to episode 2, and bro, that shit bores the hell out of me. For some reason, I can't do it. I can't do Stranger Things. I love everything else on there usually, but it's something about it just don't. I've tried with the kids and the shit. I'm trying to find. I'm trying to get into it, but I never got into it. I could not. I could not. Again, One Piece. It grew on me, but I've tried Stranger Things multiple times. I've never understood it. They're missing out. That's what they say every time. One Piece was fucking amazing. One Piece was oh my, I think One Piece might be the best show of the year on Netflix. I like One Piece a lot. Mm. Four, 2, 5, 1. We're right. This was near the high yesterday. Where's volume at? Bonds keep going. 10 years catching a stronger bid, which is better than not. Whoa, volume on the week. Let's see, volume on the day, 61 million. We'll probably do just under 80 by the end of the day. So pretty much yesterday's volume. And then still in the gulag. Yeah, I didn't expect One Piece to be that good. But it worked. Check out Fire Force. Man, I don't know. I kind of like them live actions, man. If y'all got any more of those, I'll watch them. One Piece was just good, bro. Good story. I like the plot, man. I like the main character. He had values, you know, something about One Piece was just good, bro. Avatar? Nah, man. Where is this? All right, man. 10-minute rigged right around the corner, bro. Right around the corner. The day is gone, my friends. Actually, it just begins because we have earnings. Oh, so get ready, chat. Get ready. It's going to be a jolly old time. So 10-minute rigged in about 1 minute, a little bit more. And we'll see. You got live action for you. It's called Stock Market Live on Twitch. That dude yams on 2K. Hey, man, don't make sure they include that on my resume. I say, Mikey, they don't know, bro. I'm a triple-double machine. They don't know. And I've been seeing TikToks of old guys, like, complaining. They're like, when you realize you're past your prime in 2K. And I'm like, bro, I feel like I'm just entering my prime in 2K. Maybe I was a lot better when I was younger, but still, I'm like, nah, man. Hold on. My reflexes still on point. I'm boxing out, bro. Like, nah, this is... Let them know, man. Let them know. The Good Doctor? Why does that sound familiar? You ever watch, like, Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman? I think my mom used to like that show. But I haven't seen, like, a Good Doctor movie in a while. House. Won't the delay in speaker also delay debt ceiling negotiation? Well, yeah, the government shutdown. I mean, the debt ceiling stuff and like the default, we figured it out. But like this government shutdown and that budget, that will delay all of it. That's why November 17th is still, it's one of those big days. You go, MP. All right, you got a little bit of red here, 10-minute rigged. Maybe we'll see final five. Where the MOC boys at? I haven't seen y'all show up yet. Hold up. Damn. With the people buying stock set close. One Piece or the 100? Oof. The 100, you got like that's a full ass commitment towards the end. Market on close, 1.8 billion to the buy side. There you go. Not bad. Buy side isn't good, though. That means it's going to sell. Yeah, I don't know. The One Piece versus the 100, they're both good. The 100 is an old show, but that was like, oh, I love it, man. One hater. You know, you are part of one crew or enemy of one crew. Oh, man. This is a good one, bro. It's a good one. Yeah, the 100 was one of the best shows, bro. I loved it. I really got into it. That's it, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I DM'd Octavia. She didn't respond, but it's still. I loved every one of them. I followed all of them. I would like comment on their pictures, bro. I got way too into the 100. I got way too into it. Yeah. It was good. It turned in. It's a time commitment though. It gets at the end. There's a lot. There's a lot. All right, man. Final 5 in 2 minutes. 10-minute rig didn't move much. We're still kind of barcoding depending on how you want to look at it, but let's see where this takes us. We still in the EW. I'm going to hold that one into tomorrow. RTX, either buy puts or hold, I think. You could take that other 3%, but they got a long way to go with gap filler now. This one's kind of tough. I think we'll give it a little more. I'm still going to hold the Microsoft straddle, yeah, because where is it? Oh my gosh, Josh, I'm rich. That's perfect time. Perfect time, bro. I was just about to talk about tithing right about now. So I'm glad you opened up that introduction. Amen. Amen, man. Amen. I'm kidding. Where is it? I'm in shares. Yeah, it's good. It basically acknowledged the entire reason they dropped by saying the powder issue cost is known and accounted, did buybacks, buy B, etc. I mean, with how it's traded lately, you just don't want it to get dumped on. But it's a good beat. We got 7.9. And just remember, last earnings, a lot of the earnings we won on, a week later, they all dropped. Like, dude, we hit Disney, we hit Target, all of those names got murdered within 1 week afterwards, and I'm so lucky I got out of them. So, yeah, I'm already in the shares, but it will be a little bit of a back and forth there. But they had 3% more upside, or you could take it. Again, we have a nice, 7.5 total net gain, which isn't too bad. Oh, wow. No way. Final 5. Again, they were sell side to the market on close. Bond still catching a bid. Hess on the low. Are they back? Was something backing out of the deal or what? Why is Hess shouldn't even be moving. And again, Google and Microsoft after the bell will have the reports right here, actually. You'll get everything. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, the new guy is going to get on here very, very shortly. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your cue to mute your speakers, okay? It gets very loud in here. We've had people report bleeding eardrums. We've had a dormant baby back bitch come unannounced. Again, you don't want a resurgence of anything. So I'm looking out for you. I want to make sure you have the great experience and are safe, healthy, fine, and keep all baby back bitch repressed. So when I say earmuffs, that is your key to mute your speakers. Okay, so because it's going to get really loud, really, really loud. Don't worry. Well, once the earnings comes out, I'll get serious again, and I'll start having all the numbers, and we'll have everything else. But when you hear me say earmuffs, though, just, again, if you are susceptible to any of those, then make sure you keep that in check, okay? Several big companies that were also using early customers of OpenAI, such as Salesforce and Wix, say they're using less expensive alternatives. Microsoft? Uh-oh. Is this good? I think Microsoft benefits off that. So get ready, baby. Earnings on the way. Earnings on the way. It's a baby back bitch is what it's called. Again, it's the technical term. Bitch is a technical term. I would always ask my mom why it showed up in dog books if I wasn't allowed to say it. She would beat me. But still, Either way, earmuffs. 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 It's going to get loud. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. So we make our final approach. You guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the house with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. Around 4 to 7 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 70 degrees and sunny, looking like a great day unless you thought down would stay down or up would stay up. But it's been a weird day with Bill Ackman still saving the bonds subtly, even though that's not the biggest issue and we still got to get through a week. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Nicole Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat and hopefully have a wonderful evening. What's LFVN, man? Bring it home, Chad. You don't have much time left. Earnings after the bell. Microsoft, Google, Snapchat. You better make up your mind, bro. You better make up your mind. There is going to be a lot of action after the bell. We only got to play on one of them, and that's Microsoft. We made that yesterday. The play was on the watch list. Keeping it small. We'll see, but you have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Welcome to earnings season. This is big tech. The market is vulnerable. Let's see what happens. What do they guide to? This could affect sentiment. It could affect bonds. We're going to get some more info. You got even more tomorrow. Finalize those plays, shares, options, futures. Speak now or forever hold your peace. After the bell, it all changes. And then you're going to have another delay and wait for more. So wrap it up. Less than 10 seconds. Market's closing green, making the final move. 3, 2, 1. It's earnings. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia. Let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books until the earnings drop. Watch the wire. The news is going to come out, but I need a GG. Let's go. Let's go, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table, brought some positivity, good vibes, showed respect for their fellow Chads. Good game, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Boom. There it is. Where's it at? Where's Microsoft? Cut it, cut it, cut it. Hold on. Microsoft already moving. That's up 3. Which one is it? I don't see anything on the wire yet, bro. Hold up. How come? Mike, I don't have Microsoft out yet. No. Hold on. Hold up. Damn. Wait, they made me turn off my GG music. I really thought it was going to be out, bro. I still don't have it. Hold up. Oh, Texas Instruments came out, so that's TXN. Again, we talked about that one. Wait, did it all just delay? Micron, where's that Microsoft? Oh, Micron collaborates with Qualcomm. Microsoft's going, so let's see here. Microsoft first quarter revenue, 56.52. Estimate was 54.54. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I have the Google one up. That's why. But hold on. My shit just lagged hella. I don't know why I'm not even seeing it on here. It should be coming out. But it looks like Microsoft beat on revenue. Huge beat is what the chat's saying. You're already up over 5. So remember, that's what it priced in already. Let's see. And then Google, hold on, is that one out? Bro, is this for real? Wow, there it is. Google operating income 21.34, revenue 76.69. Let me see. I got Google's. Yeah, Google's already coming out right there. I don't know why the Microsoft one didn't hit, but let's see where we're at. So again, Google 75.99, and like I said, analysts were a little higher. That came in at 76.9. Net income was 19.69. I don't know what they were expecting. Operating 21. Third quarter excluding tax was 64. Estimate was 63. EPS 155. Estimate was 145. Again, people expected them to do good. I'm trying to see where they missed. Acquisition cost 12.6. Services 67.9. Yeah, they missed by $2 billion between ads. Was that on YouTube? Cloud was 8.4. That was good. Services, other revenue, $44 billion. I think they missed $2 billion somewhere here on Google services. So it's either ad or search. A googly woogly. Again, Google is the one with the most gains. Again, my Microsoft, I'm not getting the same breakdown, unfortunately. That one is sad. My Microsoft literally won't load. Alphabet, third quarter EPS 155, estimate 145. Services 67.9, estimate 66.89. Cloud 8.4, estimate was 8.6. Revenue excluding TAC 64.05, estimate was 63. And then third quarter ad revenue 59.6, estimate was 58.9. So ad revenue was a little better, but Meta's down off of that. Oh wait, did Snap come out? XOP big dump. Hold on, let's see if there's any Snapchat. Darden's coming out. I don't know about Visa yet. Take a look at the wire. Some of them will be coming across, but all my shit is kind of messed up right now. I don't think Snapchat is out yet. I think Snap is dumping off of Google. Yeah, I don't think Snapchat is out yet, unless my thing is just lagging on everything. Only earnings I got so far is Microsoft. You got the ones and then Texas Instruments. But again, Google ad revenue was a little bit better, but overall, I mean, analysts were expecting good out of Google, and they still didn't really do good. I mean, or again, they didn't live up to they've outperformed the stock market by 20% in the last quarter. They gained 11 while everything sold off 5 to 10. So it wasn't really good. I don't want to say they're bad. I think I need to take a look at that YouTube number. I think they're struggling still a little bit, and they have a couple of other things, but it's not too crazy. Yeah, I still do hold Snap. I mean, my average on one account is like $12 after covered calls. It like takes us down to like $9, and then the other average on the account is like $9 or something. Third quarter acquisition. Where's fucking YouTube? I don't have the easy numbers on that. Teladoc dump. Did they come out? Let's see. And there's Google. Teladoc third quarter results. They did 660.2. Where was the breakdown? I don't have any easy numbers on them though. No, that's TXN. Teladoc, they're expecting 664 in revenue, and then net loss was 57 million. So I don't know what they were expecting off of that. And then let me see, adjusted EBITDA, 88.8 million. So they beat on adjusted. They killed it on adjusted EBITDA. I'm surprised. Teladoc, hold on, it's down there. So they missed barely on revenue. The net loss, again, a loss of 35 cents a share. I think that was in line. The expectation was 37. So they did better. Again, they did better on that. And then adjusted EBITDA actually did good. GAAP gross margin, 68.6. Oh, that's where they got fucking killed. That's GAAP, though, not adjusted. Visa's coming out, EPS